Power, the Ypsilanti High School Youth Choir that is run by Miss Crystal Harding, that's doing some great work with youth. Of course, Survivors Speak, we would say We the People Opportunity Fund, Telling It, My Brother's Keeper, Grace Fellowship, Fresh Start Church, and many, many more. We are strongly recommending that the Board of Commission move to vote to allocate funding in this second round to grassroots organizations who are working within the community to promote healing and empowerment. We strongly encourage that the commissioners invest $6 million into these grassroots agencies, specifically offering moments of community healing and empowerment in those parts of Ypsilanti and those surrounding areas. We are also encouraging that these grassroots organizations, that there be 30 grassroots organizations that would be awarded with $200,000 to help with this extreme crisis, which will impact areas that are most impacted by the gun violence and poverty. Disenfranchised communities need and deserve so much more, but this would be a great start. We need these funds to be dispersed and made available soon, as the need is great. We thank you in advance for doing the right thing for the eastern part of the county, because its constituents are often overlooked. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can you say your name and where you're calling in from?
Yes, my name is Trisha Duckworth, and I am calling in from Ypsilanti.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, we've got Floki. So please state your first and last name and where you're calling in from.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right, my name is Floki Ivy from Ypsilanti Township, and I am calling tonight because I'm really worried about a couple of things. One in particular is the gun violence that is right by me. My kids just had to be put in the bathtub in their house. You live by me, Justin, so I think you know. Just because there was some shooting going on behind their house by the apartments, and gun violence is a really big problem, and what we've been doing thus far isn't working. I would like to second what Trisha has said, in that I think that the majority of the money should go towards these organizations she's outlined here. I also would like to say that I would like to put forth the idea of starting an interrupters program throughout the entire violence interrupters program throughout all of this area, because that program has done great things to stop gun violence in Chicago, on the South Side, all sorts of places. I have lots of research to prove it. And we need something that's not just like city, township, and the surrounding areas. We need something that's overarching, because gun violence doesn't just happen in these one areas. They're all over the place. And so it'd be nice if we looked at it at a county level versus just a city by city level. In addition to that, I would like to talk to the commission about the fact that there's been so many high-speed chases, and it's like I talk to the police and they say, well, you have to talk to this person, you have to talk to that person, and there needs to be some accountability, because we were walking to ice cream time the other day and my kids were like trying to cross the street, and just as we got across the street, there was a cop car barreling down the street and could have hit us so easily without anything, you know. And it's just like, now my kids not only fear the gun violence, they fear the police too. So I think it's just not good for optics. It's not good for kids. It's not good for the community, and we need to stop the high-speed chases throughout our community. Also, it signals to people about the area. It makes people like agitated and stuff like that, and it just doesn't help to perpetuate any goodness in our area. I think the $6 million should go to the grassroots, like things that Trisha has said. In addition, I think that we should have some sort of alternative to policing, or something adjunct to the police department, to try to deal with some of these issues, because it's not working. What we're doing now is not working. So that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for keeping it under that 3-minute mark. So next up, we're going to have Lisa. Lisa, please state your first and last name and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name's Lisa Carey Hero. I'm calling from Pittsburgh.
Lisa, we lost you. Lisa, we can hear you now. Go ahead and start over. I'll start your 3 minutes over.
Okay, Lisa Carey Harrell calling from Pittsfield Township. Thank you. Commissioners, we are in a state of emergency, mid-pandemic. We are fighting the health crisis of racism, and it's stronger than ever, and people need to fight harder than ever. Folks in the 4819798 communities are dying and suffering disproportionately in our county. It is urgent that this board allocate and disperse a minimum of $6 million, $200,000 each to the 30 listed grassroots group. I implore you to actually allocate double that amount to ensure that you are making a good effort to reach out to these groups and bring them to the table. We want these groups to just thrive, not survive. And for that, they need the same amount of money that other groups in the county have been allocated. Boots on the ground. I implore you to put your boots on the ground with some of these groups like I have. I've worked side by side with many of these groups. Our community reads recently held a free book fair. We had our county prosecutor and we had the mayor of Ypsilanti engaging with little kids. There was a father who came with his son. They were waiting by the bus stop. They would have never come and picked up free books. They would have never heard their mayor read a story to them if it wasn't for our community reads. She's running on a shoestring budget, taking cash apps off like a glass frame on a table outside. But the impact she has is so great. Imagine the resources if she had those. The creativity and the resources together are what makes the impact. But it's our community reads that has the creativity. Therefore, they need the money. Mentor to Youth is an organization with a parent village. They help babies before they're even born, all the way to multi-generational families. And they help bring these together. And they're trying to unite families and create a parent village. But without any money, it's just not possible. Survivor Speak has multiple organizations. I've volunteered for Ingrid's Angels. You sign up, you get in your car, you go drive to areas that maybe you're not familiar with. You deliver supplies, flowers to seniors who are living in HUD housing with mold, and just showing up at their door with basic supplies makes them cry. So I know for a fact that they are hurting when a bottle of bleach warrants a hug. So tonight, I just want you to listen to all the voices that are asking to allocate this money. You can hear the passion in which people speak. I know that a lot of you know these people, but it's more than just going and visiting these places and taking a selfie and putting your picture on Facebook. You can go to these places with your
Sorry,
family.
after 3 minutes. Go ahead and finish this thought, but you're after 3 minutes.
Bring your families, bring your children, work shoulder to shoulder with these organizations and allocate the money, and all together, a community that reads together, works together, communicates together, can grow together. And I believe that some healing can come from all of this, but it takes the resources, and the financial ones are the ones that are missing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to Jen. Jen, please state your first and last name and where you are joining us from.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Shikes Haynes, and I'm calling you from Ann Arbor Township. And I am also calling the work that I've done the last decade or so has been involved with youth in Ypsilanti predominantly. I was an instructor at WAVE, which is a countywide public school, but the main lab is located in Ypsilanti, and now am volunteering with Staying Power and Staying Home, which is a subsidiary of that. Those two groups, again, the gun violence disturbs me greatly, as other speakers have mentioned. The kinds of difficulty and violence that we've seen from the Ypsilanti Police Department that disproportionately has targeted youth of color, what we've seen from the Sheriff's Department, et cetera, our current ways of quote unquote public safety are not working. What Trisha Duckworth is proposing is absolutely correct. These are the organizations that are keeping our kids thriving, and they need this desperately. They need things that are able to help them thrive, to help them do well. There needs to be more availability of wonderful activities, and these organizations are doing things of this sort. Staying Power is a group of Ypsilanti teens who were concerned about the effects of gentrification on their home. They produced an amazing performance a couple of years ago, and since then have been working on research and podcasts with elders in the community, which they're now turning into a spoken word piece. In terms of my students at WAVE, they were always trying to find things that they could do outside of school. So many of these things are so helpful. And the organizations, I also want to uplift Student Advocacy Center, which has, I wish it wasn't necessary in terms of going into schools, including the one that I work for, and saying, you need to deliver what you state you're going to deliver for the students so that everybody has a fair chance. And zip codes should absolutely not be determining whether or not youth are surviving. And absolutely, this proposal is perfect. And I just really would encourage you all to please support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Got another hand. We got Margaret. Margaret, please state your first and last name, where you're calling from, and you will have your 3 minutes.
All right, Margaret Shankler from Ann Arbor. I'd just like to speak briefly. I am in support of spending some of the ARP money on more grassroots groups. I think that the closer to the people and the problems, the more effective programs can be. And that, but overall, I'd like to see you outline the process that you're going to take for determining the next batch of money. You have a bunch of time, and I'd just like to see that process be way more transparent to the public. I know it was transparent to the people within the, the current partners that you work with and others, but transparent to the public. And maybe a documenting of all the things that you considered, all the people you heard from, so that we can know that our public input was listened to and was an integral part of the process. So I don't know what that looks like at this point, but I'm just throwing that out there. I assume that you're going to take many, many months to allot the next batch, because there is no urgency in terms of contracts or anything like that. So just to close, I hope that you'll take time and that you'll involve the citizens as much as possible.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jan. Please state your first and last name and where you're joining us from.
Can you hear me? Good, thank you. Good evening, my name is Jan Peart. I live in Superior Township and I am white. I want to take the time to express my deep disappointment and disapproval of the recent COVID relief resolution that was passed unanimously. I believe that this resolution is a perfect example of everyday white privilege. It sounds perfectly fine to whites, unless they have readjusted their lens to see how white privilege operates and distorts our very reality. Your resolution predominantly benefits white people whose needs historically have come before those of Black people. You seem to have forgotten that when white people suffer, Black people suffer way, way more. You also seem to have forgotten that the federal dollars are intended for our fellow county residents who were most devastated by the pandemic. This means residents who live in our low-income communities. This means primarily Black people. To me, your resolution was just another example of diverting dollars to white communities that were intended for Black communities. I do hope that you will come to realize that what you did is simply morally wrong. I also hope that after contemplating your actions, you will make the only morally righteous decision by committing 100% of the remaining $71 million to investing in Black communities in our county. I do understand that you may be greatly understaffed and might not have had the opportunity of quickly building strong relationships in the Black communities. In this case, it seems one option would be to collaborate with and fund the nonprofits that already do have strong and deep connections in these communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ernesto. Please state your first and last name and where you're joining us from.
Hello, my name is Ernesto Carrejero. I'm calling from Pittsfield Township. Commissioners, I'm calling in support of Trisha Duckworth's request to allocate funds to 30 grassroots organizations aimed at supporting the disenfranchised communities of the eastern part of Washtenaw County. I've worked with several of these groups, and the impact that they have is real. These organizations, some of which have been mentioned already, know best how to use these funds to heal their communities and to help make them whole again. We look to you to service those in our county who need it most. We look to you to stand with those groups, and we look to you to do what's right. Admittedly, that faith is a little shaken, but we know you can come around. And again, we look for you to do what's right. I want to thank you for your time and for your service. Please listen to the community. They know what's best for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dirk. First and last name and where you're joining us from. It appears that you're unmuted, Dirk. So whenever you can begin. Okay, we're going to go to Devin. Devin, first and last name and where you're joining us from.
Hello, good evening. My name is Devin Meyer, and I'm calling from Ann Arbor. Good evening, Board of Commissioners. As I said, my name is Devin Meyer. I'm echoing the concerns of everyone who has already spoken tonight. Gun violence in the county should be addressed as a whole, and we need to bring about change now. In Ypsilanti and our county as a whole, we are seeing a crisis. Gun violence is very high, and we need change immediately. I'm here tonight to suggest and support that we allocate the money to fund those grassroots organizations as we talked about. It's imperative that we fund those programs that are dealing one-on-one with members of the community. We need to ensure that the people of Ypsilanti receive the proper care that they need and the assistance with gun violence that is long overdue. Remember, a 6-year-old was shot in the arm back in June. And as Trisha mentioned, a man was just laid to rest as another victim to gun violence. If we can provide real, tangible resources to our grassroots organizations like the one Trisha and others have mentioned, you can provide real, tangible change in a community that needs real, tangible change. With a vote for that $200,000 allocation to 30 grassroots organizations, we can start to see a turnaround. I beg of you to do this for not just for our county, but for our Black brothers and sisters that share the county with us. They've already bore so much of the burden in the past year and well beyond that. And this can be a great step in the right direction to begin bridging that gap of inequality that we see in our county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I saw Dirk had the hand up again. I want to give Dirk another opportunity before I close public comment. Oh, 2 more hands have popped up. We're going to go with Gail. Gail, state your first and last name, where you're joining us from. You have 3 minutes. You appear to be unmuted. Okay, we'll try to circle back to you. I'm going to go to Mo. Mo, state your first and last name and where you're joining us from. Okay, we will try to circle back to Mo. Oh, is somebody unmuted? No. Okay, I did see a Rachel. There was a hand there. I'm going to try to No, not seeing that anymore. Okay, Jamila has a hand up. Jamila, we can go ahead and first and last name, where you joining us from.
Hi, my name is Jamila James. I'm calling from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I just want to say that a lot of the things that we are unable to do to help our community as a whole is a direct result of the lack of resources, meaning the lack of money. We have people already doing the work. We don't need another committee. We don't need more research. We need to work with the people, put the funding behind to the people that are already doing the work, that's already doing the research, that's already part of the solution. And it's bogus, it's shameful that we can't get this healing and get this community work done only because we don't have money. Well, we're in a special place right now that we've never been before when the funds are there. And it's time for us to show that what we really care is all of our community members, not just the ones that have the time to come up to these meetings or have the money to donate to campaigns, but those that are really in need. And we already have entities in place that's helping these people. And with more information, with more funding, we can get more people involved in helping the situation, people that are in need but just don't know where resources are. So I would strongly ask you guys to really think about this and think about what's really needed instead of what's really wanted, and to look at what are our real values. Is if our values are still about money and the capitalistic type things and not about healing and growth and helping us all grow as a people, as a community, then keep allocated the way you have. But if you care about us as a community, it's really important that you put the money there, because we're doing it without the money. Look how much more, how much better we could do if we actually had the funding behind it to get it done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We are going to try to get Gail on the line again. So Gail, if you're able to speak, first and last name and where you're joining us from. Okay, we'll try to come back. We're going to circle back to Mo now. Mo, and you, first and last name and where you're joining us from. We'll circle back around. Okay, next we're going to go to a phone number ending in 7838. First and last name and where you're joining us from. If you were joining us via phone, as you are, you're going to do *6 to unmute.
Unmuted. Dirk Mickey calling in from Ann Arbor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Guys, I think there needs to be two plans. Good evening. Thanks for letting me speak. I think you need two plans, one long-term, some folks talked about that, and one right now, urgently right now, because what's happening right now is important and it has to come first. When we're lucky enough to have a boots on the ground activist with a master's degree in social work with passion show up here, coming directly from the funeral of a kid murdered due to the ongoing epidemic of gun violence in America, we really need to listen. We need to try to act on it. And we need to act with urgency. I support Trisha's suggestions. We need to listen to her and we need to act on it and act quickly. My understanding of ARP, I think it's section 2204, it allows grants to, I don't know exactly what this means, but I think it might fit culturally specific communities to support things like public health concerns for survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence. This is not a leap. What the boots on the ground activist with the social work master's degree is asking for. This is in line with what the funding that we were given, the money that we were given is meant for. Please act quickly. Please move some of this budget to where it needs to be placed so that we can save lives every day, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Please don't wait. Thanks very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. We're going to circle back to Mo again. Mo does hand up.
Can you all hear me?
All right, we got you. Okay, first and last name, where you're joining us from.
Thank you. My name is Morgan Schatz, and I am joining you all from Ann Arbor. And I would like to point out that I am mixed race. I've always kind of felt in between. And that is kind of representative of our county. And we need more representation. If I would not have found Trisha and Survivor Speak, I would not be able to be here today and speak on domestic violence. It's something that I couldn't turn to some of the local organizations that are located in Ann Arbor, such as Safe House, which some of you all are familiar with. We need a resource for women and for any survivor who looks like us. I just want to be clear on that, and thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other hands? I'm not seeing any other hands, but giving people another opportunity now to raise your hand. I know we've had some challenges here getting people through. Okay, it's going once. Public comment. About to close it twice. 3 times. Okay, we are going to move into commissioner response to public comment. Any commissioners who'd like to respond? Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the comments from folks tonight, and certainly appreciate the passion. I presume others on this board would benefit, I think, from seeing this proposal just laid out. I got an email today that I believe Commissioner Beeman and Commissioner Morgan responded to. That is the first I'm aware of a 20 organization proposal. Happy to look at it, but it isn't attached to that email. So if folks who are advocating are willing to share, I'd be all ears. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Commissioner Scott.
Thanks, Chair. I'll echo what Commissioner Labar just said. Pardon me, I'm getting over the sickness I thought was COVID that thankfully was not. So I just want to echo what Commissioner Labar said. I would love to take a look at the proposal that I haven't seen. And I just want to note that, like, when I am hearing about people going to houses to deliver flowers and bleach, like, that's heartwarming. But what I want to do with this money is make it so people aren't having to deliver flowers and bleach because people are living in such bleak conditions. Like, I want to think about what we can do systemically and structurally so people aren't living in conditions like that anymore. And so I'm really interested in how we can continue to use this money to create things that are better than that, because people deserve better than that. I also want to tell you that I think that talking to these grassroots organizations is the place where one of the places we need to go to understand about needs in our community. Obviously, we have elected officials too, and talking to the grassroots organizations is important. It is the most important to talk to people in the community about what's happening there. I talked at some point and doing the outreach, like, I am all for too, like, send me ideas you have on how we can do outreach for the next round of funding that you have. I'm trying to think of ideas as well. So I'm not asking you to do my work. I'm just asking you to share ideas with me. I talked to Chair Schenk today about this, and it's frustrating because we don't have a paper like we used to, and maybe everybody's not online as we demonstrated all across the country, East and West, or people can't afford to be online. I recognize that we have a great partner in WEMU who is really fantastic about reporting on what happens at the county. And I know that Commissioner Schenk and I are both going to reach out to them about trying to get word out about next steps and more participation, that people could hear about it on the radio, for example. That's another step, still trying to think about other ideas as well. And I just want to note that I think that what Jamila said is, like, we have to think about what we need and not what we want. That is what's driving my thinking. Like, what do we need? And what are we going to do? I keep saying this. What are we going to do to make structural change that's going to make some of the problems that exist in this country that we can't change overall, but we can make it better here? And so what are we going to do with this money to make those things better, to make that structural and endemic racism the effect of that lessen here in Washtenaw County. Is anybody sick of hearing me talk about the infant mortality rate yet? Probably. But that infant mortality rate, which is an indicator of how we're doing in terms of equity in Washtenaw County, is abysmal. And let me say it again to remind anybody that thinks I'm not concerned, 220 times difference between white women and Black women in this county. And I want to do what we can to make that number, which is a bellwether of what racism means in our community, not be that enormous and large. So I want to thank everybody who came to comment, to try to give us more to think about. I'm happy to read proposals. I would love to be able to talk to these grassroots organizations and really, again, look for what we can do so people aren't living in housing that requires somebody to deliver a bottle of bleach to make their place livable. We can do this. And thanks everyone for your work together on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Shink. You're up next.
Thank you, Chair Hodge. I want to thank everybody who came tonight to talk to us about your concerns. I am also very concerned about the gun violence. I have been working with staff and administration, and also particularly with Commissioner Hodge, to try to come up with a response, working with, we've talked about this with Commissioner Jefferson, and we'll be working further. So I want to let everybody know that it is my intention, and also my fellow commissioners, I want to let you know that it is my intention that we would have a package that would address not just gun violence, but will address gun violence and will address providing more support for the young people who are potentially involved in that violence, and for the families who are being affected by that violence in the next package. Now, there's been some conversation through emails about the fact that sorry, my husband's installing a stove and it's a little hard to focus, but the American Rescue Plan has certain requirements that are fairly strict. And so we always have to make sure that we stay within that, but we also have general fund, which, as you know, from the last package, we're able to put some of those different funds together to make things happen. And so we will be working on this over the next month or month and a half, at least, to get an appropriate package. And I want you to know, I thank you for your support in terms of doing this work, and that you can look forward to more action from this board in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I second everything that was said, especially Commissioner Scott's comments. I think my hope as well is that we would allocate these dollars ultimately towards things that will have long-term impact, specifically on our communities of lowest economic opportunity, and specifically in our communities where we have more Black residents. I think we absolutely know that across every metric, our outcomes are unfortunately worse for our Black residents than our white residents. So I absolutely share that goal. And I think initially when we were thinking about allocating funds, it was my hope that we would try and get funds to our residents sooner rather than later. It does worry me a lot that we're sitting on millions of dollars that I really, really want to see getting into the hands of our residents, either more directly or through services, whatever form it may be. But I've heard loud and clear over the last few weeks that absolutely we want to make sure that we ensure full and complete community input before we allocate funds going forward. And I think absolutely, I think maybe it was Margaret or someone who mentioned that there isn't necessarily a ticking clock when it comes to allocating the rest of the funds, at least not immediately. I think that clock is like 2024. So we do have time. And my hope would be as well that please do share with me any ideas you have for outreach. I've heard very loud and clear that we need to do more outreach. I haven't exactly heard sort of more specifically where where folks think we can do that. And so I'm very open to it, and certainly will continue thinking about ideas myself as well. But if there are specific areas you think we as commissioners should be physically to go and learn about some of the challenges that you're talking with us about, I think that would be incredibly valuable. It's one thing to hear about it. It's another thing to really be able to be there and to understand the challenges firsthand. Commissioner Jefferson was very kind in allowing me to join him in his district to visit Bottles and Backpacks and to visit a STEM academy on the east side of the county. And I certainly learned a lot just in that couple of hours, and am looking forward to figuring out how I can be more supportive to learn more and to just have a much better understanding. Because it's absolutely right. We truly can't understand these issues unless we are feeling and seeing them firsthand. And so please invite me to join wherever you think there are areas where I could learn more as one commissioner, but I assume or I suspect that other commissioners will share that desire as well. I think we really want to know where we can be doing better and reaching out to more individuals in our community, particularly those on the east side and those in areas of low economic opportunity, because we share the goal of, I think we have a shared goal, and there's been quite a bit of tension, but my hope going forward is that we could work together and find a way to support one another and to support our residents as we do that. So thank you very much for sharing input and feedback with us. I think this is incredibly valuable. And I look forward to a continued process going forward. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to echo my fellow commissioners and thank everyone for coming and speaking tonight. This isn't the most convenient way for everyone to connect, and these are very emotional items that people are speaking to. A mother has buried her child, and that's beyond devastating. And so to the other points that fellow commissioners were making, I also welcome seeing any type of a formal proposal. I have received emails, but nothing that really outlines the goal that this funding would meet. And as Commissioner Scott had said, we want something that is going to be lasting and have a true impact. So, what is our end goal? What are we aiming for? Because these organizations do wonderful things, and the county funds some of these organizations through different programs. And so, just wondering how we can take it one step further and how we can have this greater impact. To echo what Jason said, but kind of flip it a little bit, I would be curious for residents to let us know how we can reach them. I know that when I had my public hearings, I used social media. It was on every single township website. All of my township supervisors put it on their websites. Any place I could think of, we shared it and put the word out. And I thrive on public participation and want more public participation. So however we can reach you to engage with us, I think that information is needed, how we can meet you where you are right now so that we can get more feedback for this next round of funding. Because as everyone is speaking to, there isn't a rush to spend it, but it seems, given the climate, that there's an issue at hand and it needs to be solved. And if this funding is going to solve it, I don't want to sit on the funding. I would rather come to some type of a conclusion, some type of goal to help support these residents and these families. Also, I want to give a shout out to our Master of Social Work, Chair Hodge.
Thank you. Do we have any other commissioners that want to give comment before I offer to circle back around for round two from commissioners that have already spoke? Commissioner Jefferson.
Thank you, Chair. Let me put my hand down because I know I leave it up all the time. But listen, thank you for all those who have come tonight and expressed their desires and passions for the people who are least helped in this community for many of years. I know about going to funerals of young people being shot, but I also know about going to the hospital after they've been shot and seeing them before they're cleaned up. I just had to do that with this 17-year-old. Anytime parents ask me to come talk to their children, whether they've done the shooting or after the shooting, it's never an easy thing to do. So things are always going to be in some type of disarray if we don't continue down the same path of not looking at these issues in a way of resource funding. What has been presented to us tonight is a great presentation. I believe that those organizations are some of the organizations I have already helped get some funding in our community and work with some of them almost on a daily basis. That is a great proposal, but you got to remember, when these dollars come to us, we have to put them out in a certain goal, set those things, and then set out for all of our stakeholders in the county, whether they're nonprofits or not, to do RFPs for that. But there's also our Office of Community Economic Development, which also has a way of reaching all of our nonprofits. That would be one way that I could see to do better outreach. If we look through OCED and get some of our nonprofits to reach some of the people who they are talking with and helping on a daily basis, we can get a better understanding of those who need the help. Because the ones that need the help the most, when I'm talking to them or they're talking to me, they can tell me what's wrong with the system. And so we need to find a way to have staffing from either the administration or the OCED, mental health, public health, to also go out and do some stakeholder interviewing with what they believe can happen. Because you got a group of 30, I believe it is on this paper now. All of them can be reached out to reach out to the people that they work with to find out what it is that the pandemic has done to their lives. We need to find ways to make that a way to happen so that those voices can be heard on this time. Now, we also have heard a lot about the dollars that have been put out before. Those dollars were put out before, and believe me, those dollars were slated to do that before we even got to the meeting before. So it was something that was done, and it's over. But now we have an opportunity. Even I, as you said earlier, even I had a vote in that, which was a yes vote, but I also had some objections about it. Even though there was $800,000 being given, that's not going to be sufficient to bring about equity of broadband or Wi-Fi in Eastern County. We need to find a way to connect with a nonprofit that can build their own Wi-Fi sections with the Eastern County people and have an infrastructure that is stronger over there. Not just give a patch dollars so that people can have subsidy for a few years and then it dies out. We need something that's strong and it's going to last for a while. Also, there's some things that we have to look at. I mean, I've been dealing with this violence thing for a long time. Like I said, I view people in the hospital before they get to the funeral and talk with the parents who want their children back. And the violence that has been so perpetrated in our community hit my family last week. So it's not that I'm not invested. I just, as our Commissioner Jason Morgan just said, I just haven't had what I heard tonight, a lot of conversations from my other commissioners, but today and from here on forward, I'm going to say it again as I always have. Call me. You want to know something that's going on in my district? You hear about something going on in my district? Call me. If you don't do that, then you're missing out on the information that I have as a knowledgeable person that is dealing with grandparents whose children are dying. It's dealing with parents who have brothers and sisters that are dying. Dealing with people who come to me asking for funding, which I go and try to get the funding and it can't get through. Because when we go through this, just like with the broadband, it's all of us who do it. It's not just one person that does it. If we're going to deal with the poverty issues over in Eastern County, It's going to be all of us together, not just one person. When we make an attempt to talk to each other, like I heard said today that I was talked to, but I don't know of talking to anyone on the commission except for Jason Morgan. We need to come together. Every one of you know that that's what I've been saying, even though it's been said that coming into my district is something that I will be territorial over. I'm not territorial. I want help, just like all of us need help. All the children in my district, they are children who are in a school system that is not working. Since I've been here on this board, I've been trying to get money for preschool, for things to work with daycare and things to work with our students so that they can have tutoring. I've done those things. I've spent money on that from the county to do that. And those are the things that have been little. And that's what they're talking about. Even the organizations that I've gotten money for is just a pitch penny amount of money of resources. They're talking 6 million. I'm talking more than that. We can do 15 million on broadband. We can do 50 million on some type of infrastructure within our Eastern County also. Besides the money that we're going to spend now, that we're going to talk about within a few months, won't even get to us until May of next year. We have plenty of time to reach out and talk to people. We have plenty of time to come up with plans on dealing with poverty, dealing with gun violence. I've been trying to get a rec center since I've been here. And every time I turn around, it gets turned down. We're talking about violence prevention. We're not talking about getting rid of guns and hands. We're talking about getting places where people in this community can let their children go to that's a safe space and have skills that they can be honed there, have activities that they can do there. We're coming into a technology age. I've been talking to a group and I took Commissioner Morgan there to talk about STEM and robotics and those type of things. We need to find a way to make this economy that's coming available for the children in the Eastern County. Parents are being moved out. Even those who have subsidized vouchers from HUD are being moved out because the rents are so high, they can't afford their portion of the rent. We got to find a way to stabilize housing. We got to find a way to deal with healthcare, as we've been told about the deaths of the babies and all the other things that we can talk about. The mental health groups that are in other words, I'm doing some things in Eastern County with a group of people who are from Eastern County, and we're doing what we can to make it a conversation into a reality that we're going to find a way to prevent this violence. And it's not going to happen without all of us coming together. Anytime you see a resolution that's been passed, it doesn't say Commissioner Jefferson did it. It says 9 commissioners did it. So I just wanted to get that out there because it's definitely a time, this group here of commissioners, it's totally different group than that was before when I got here in 2016. This group here has what I've seen, a passion to become a change agent for racial equity. We passed the equity ordinance. I have gotten I've been in many conversations about racial equity and the things that could come about to be changing if we apply these ordinances to it, but I get no response. Matter of fact, people have gone silent on me. I'm not talking about the commissioners. I don't hear anything else. I hear all the time, we need to do more on the Eastern County. We need to have some of this money go to Eastern County. We need to do more for programs that you've been talking about. That's all I hear is talk. I don't get any response after that. And the more that I try to dig at it, the more I get frustrated at it, the more I'm going to keep digging at it until people understand in this community that the voices that are in 48197-198, they have an advocate. But I need support. We all need support. This is not an I thing, this is a we thing. So I am with everyone that feels that the broadband dollars were spent on let's say, what was it, 3% of the population of Washtenaw County, but 75% of it went to people with high opportunity and high opportunity index zones, which was not what I would see as a pandemic problem. The pandemic problem is when we found out that these children went to school on virtual and they didn't have enough money to buy a Comcast or AT&T internet service. And then when they were given a discount at $9.95, it still was bad on speed. We need an infrastructure. So we need to find a way to do that so these children can have it. I mean, I got parents that need clothes for their children going to school. Dental care, eye care. You know, we could find a way to allocate this money directly to people's homes in their families to where they can get a stipend every month. You know, there's a way to do that. That's what this money is for. So I'm just making sure that everyone understands that this is something that if we don't move and change the way that we've been thinking, then the opportunity that this group has will pass us by. This is the group. We were brought here at this time for this reason. And therefore we need to try to make a real big dent in poverty and in the discretions and disparities that we see in our low income homes. Thank you.
Any other commissioners I want to give comment back? I saw a hand, but the hand went away. And any other comments? Oh, sorry, Chair Sheen. All right. How do you the virtual and the real hands?
Thank you, Chair. No, I did put out my hand and then I took it away. And Commissioner Jefferson, I appreciate your comments. And I want to say that, you know, since I have been a commissioner, I have consistently committed to supporting proposals that you would bring forward in this. And I think that, you know, if we can work together between now and our next allocation, which doesn't have a date certain, we can do a lot of really good things. And so I am really excited about working together to get that done with you and all of the commissioners. I believe I heard support from all of the commissioners tonight for that work. So thank you.
All right, we're in round 2 of comments now. So anyone else that wants to comment as part of round 2 before we move on? Not seeing any. Okay. All right. All right. I will wrap us up with this part of the agenda then. I want to thank everybody that called in to give public comment. I know that there's a lot going on in our community right now, and it's tough to make the time to call into a meeting like this to share your concerns. I hope everyone knows that we really take your concerns that are expressed either via email or when you take the time to come to a meeting like this. We take those very seriously. As one of the callers mentioned, I live in the neighborhood where the gun violence that we've been talking about has recently occurred. And, you know, those gunshots and the high speed chases sometimes, I mean, those are going down my streets and happen in the middle of the night. So I get it. I know I've had several conversations, I know other commissioners have too, with some of those organizations that were listed off earlier and figuring out how do we come up with a continuum of services so we can really try to combat gun violence at its root. This has been an ongoing issue in our community, and you all are correct, the callers that called in, that we have an opportunity here with the funding we have to make some transformational change. And I believe that if we're thoughtful, we can do that. So now I'm going to move us on now to the next piece of the agenda. I think we have a special order of business, and I am going to turn it over to Chair Shink to chair for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. For those who are unaware, it is currently Hispanic Heritage Month. Later this evening, the board will be considering 2 resolutions related to this. We want to take a moment to read these resolutions now while everyone is still tuned into our call. The first is recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month in Washtenaw County for the first time. The second is thanking Hispanic and Latinx organizers, for their partnership in expanding COVID-19 vaccine access. I will now look to my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Hodge, to read these resolutions. We also have a translator who will read the resolutions in Spanish. Commissioner Sanders?
Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week and was expanded into a month-long celebration in 1988, and whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is observed from September 15th through October 15th each year, and whereas September 15th is significant because it's the anniversary of the independence of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. And whereas September 16th and September 18th are significant because they are the dates when Mexico and Chile celebrate Independence Day, respectively, whereas Hispanic and Latinx community members make up 5.6% of residents in the state of Michigan and just under 5% of the total population of Washtenaw County. And whereas Hispanic Americans represent the backbone of the Washtenaw County community, culture, and economy, working and leading in every sector: education, healthcare, retail, hospitality, construction, housing, law, nonprofit, law enforcement, and the arts. And whereas Hispanic Americans have held offices at many levels of government in the United States, including Justice Sonia Sotomayor and of the Supreme Court of the United States, Senator Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico, Senator Bob Mendez of New Jersey, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, and Senator Marco Rubio of Florida. And whereas Michigan elected its first Hispanic American state representative in 1998, when former state representative Belda Garza of Detroit was voted into office, 47 other state representatives of Hispanic descent have since served in the House of Representatives. And whereas Hispanic Americans contribute daily to the cultural pride, dignity, resilience, and sense of community in Washtenaw County, and have had a profound and positive impact on life and culture in Washtenaw County, now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes September 15th to October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. Be it further resolved that the board acknowledges and celebrates the numerous contributions of Hispanic and Latinx residents to the Washtenaw County community. Be it further resolved that the board encourages all to seek out opportunities to support Hispanic American owned businesses, learn about Hispanic culture, and celebrate Hispanic heritage, not only during Hispanic Heritage Month, but all year long.
A ver, una resolución de reconocimientos por mes de la Gerencia Cultura Hispana, Junta de Comisionados del Condado de Washtenaw, considerando que el mes de Gerencia Cultural Hispana comienza en 9078 como Semana de la Gerencia Cultural Hispana y se expande a una celebración de un mes en 1988 y considerando que el mes de Gerencia Cultura Hispana se observa en el 15 de septiembre hasta el 15 de octubre de cada año. Y considerando que en el 15 de septiembre es significado porque es el aniversario de la independencia de Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y Nicaragua. Y considerando que el 16 y el 18 de septiembre son importantes porque son las fechas en las que México y Chile celebran el Día de la Independencia respectivamente. Y considerando que los miembros de la comunidad hispana y Latinx constituyen el 5.6% de los residentes en el estado de Michigan y pocos menos del 5% de la población total en el condado de Washington. Y considerando que los hispanos americanos representan la columna vertebral de la comunidad y la cultura y la economía del condado de Washington, trabajando y liderando en todos los sectores: educación, atención médica, comercio minoristas, hotelería, construcción, vivienda, derecho, organizaciones sin fines de lucro, orden público y las artes. Y considerando que los hispanoamericanos ocupan cargos en muchos niveles de gobierno en los Estados Unidos, entre ellos la jueza Sonia Sotomayor del Tribunal Supremo de los Estados Unidos, el senador Ben-Ray Luján de Nuevo México, el senador Bob Méndez de Nueva Jersey, la senadora Catherine Cortés Masto de Nevada, el senador Ted Cruz de Texas y el senador Marco Rubio de Florida. Y considerando que Michigan eligió a su primer representante estatal hispanoamericano en 1998, cuando la expresidente Estelle Belda Garza de Detroit ganó la votación para ocupar el cargo. Desde entonces, otros 47 representantes estatales de ascendencia hispana han servido en la Cámara de Representantes y consideraron los hispanoamericanos contribuyen al diario al orgullo cultural, la dignidad, la resiliencia y sentido de comunidad, y en el condado de Washington han tenido un impacto profundo y positivo en la vida de la cultura del condado de Washington. Ahora, por lo tanto, se resuelve la Junta de Comisionados del condado de Washington por la representante reconozca los días del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre como el mes de gerencia cultural hispana. Se resuelve además que la Junta reconozca y celebre los números contribuciones de los residentes hispanos y latinos a la comunidad del condado de Washington, y resuelve además que la Junta anime a todos a buscar oportunidades para apoyar las empresas de propiedad hispana, aprender sobre la cultura hispana y celebrar la gerencia cultura hispana, no solo durante el mes de la gerencia cultural hispana, sino durante todo el año.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge will now read the resolution about Hispanic and Latinx organizers in English.
Excellent. Thank you. So I have the honor of reading the resolution honoring Hispanic and Latinx organizers for their continued partnership in expanding COVID-19 vaccine access for Spanish-speaking residents in Washtenaw County. Whereas since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic in March of 2020, Washtenaw County has experienced disproportionate positive cases in its eastern zip codes and in its Hispanic, Latinx, and Black communities. And whereas Hispanic residents represent just under 5% of the population of Washtenaw County residents and 6% of positive COVID-19 cases as of September 16th, 2021. And whereas, essential service industry workers of Washtenaw County are represented in bulk by Hispanic and Latinx individuals who have worked continuously during the pandemic at jobs that are largely invisible, but crucial to the ecosystem and economy of Washtenaw County. And whereas language access has served as a barrier to information and to vaccine appointments for Washtenaw County's immigrant and Spanish-speaking population. And whereas Washtenaw County organizers and advocates in the Hispanic and Latinx community have formed partnerships with the health department, Racial Equity Office, and Office of Community and Economic Development that resulted in increased access to COVID-19 testing, vaccines, and essential supplies to the most vulnerable, hardest hit populations in the county. And whereas advocates and activists in the county's Spanish-speaking community have lent their time, influence, and resources to ensure that populations hardest hit by the virus have access to vaccine appointments, personal protective equipment, including KN95 masks, transportation to vaccine and testing appointments, and technological support. And whereas the ongoing partnership of Spanish-speaking organizers and advocates have ensured that materials are made available in Spanish and that interpreters and translators are consistently present at community clinics, often as non-compensated volunteers. And whereas since the beginning of this partnership, community-based COVID-19 vaccination clinics have been held or are planned at manufactured home communities, restaurants, and places of worship in Ypsilanti Township, Pittsfield Township, and Ann Arbor, reflective of the most impacted populations of the county. And whereas thanks to their ongoing partnership, nearly 3,000 Hispanic residents have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. Those doses have been administered to community members who, without the advocacy and efforts of these staunch advocates, may not have had timely access to COVID-19 vaccination appointments or testing. And whereas Maria Militzer has participated in the Health Department's Community Voices space, providing crucial insight and advocacy around outreach and language access strategies for reaching Hispanic and Latinx residents. And whereas Dr. Militzer and the membership of Mexicenses in Michigan have dedicated countless volunteer hours to coordinating and marketing clinics in partnership with county departments and assisting Spanish-speaking residents navigating all parts of the vaccination process. And whereas Spring Quinones of the Washtenaw County Health Plan was crucial in mobilizing a network of volunteers to market and provide accessible access to vaccination and testing clinics. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby acknowledges and honors Maria Militzer, PhD, and the committed members of Mexicenses in Michigan for their consistent and persistent advocacy around the commitment to vaccine access for the Latinx and Hispanic residents of Washtenaw County. Be it further resolved, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby acknowledges and honors Spring Quinones of the Washtenaw Health Plan and her dedicated team of volunteer organizers and interpreters for their tireless efforts in ensuring that COVID-19 testing and vaccines and resources are continually and equitably accessible for Hispanic and Latinx community in Washtenaw County. Be it further resolved, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners thanks them for their tireless efforts, continued dedication, partnership, and commitment to the Washtenaw County community.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Ms. Williams, will you please now read the resolution in Spanish?
Claro. Considerando que desde el comienzo de la pandemia de COVID-19 en el marzo de 2020, el condado de Washtenaw ha experimentado casos positivos desproporcionados en sus códigos postales en sus comunidades hispanas, latinx y de raza negra. Y considerando que los residentes hispanos representan pocos menos de 5% de la población residentes del condado de Washtenaw y 6% de los casos positivos de COVID, de COVID-19 al 16 de septiembre en 2021 y considerando que los trabajadores en las industrias de servicios esenciales del condado de Washtenaw están representados en general por personas hispanas y latinas que han trabajado continuamente durante la pandemia en trabajos que son en gran parte invisibles, pero cruciales para la economía y la comunidad del condado de Washtenaw. Considerando que el acceso del idioma ha sido una barrera para la información y las citas de vacunas para la población inmigrante y de habla hispana del condado de Washtenaw. Y considerando que las organizaciones y defensores del Condado de Washington en la comunidad hispana y latinx han formado asociaciones con el Departamento de Salud, la Oficina de Equidad Racial y la Oficina de Desarrollo Económico y Comunitario que han dado como un resultado un mayor acceso a las pruebas de COVID-19, vacunas y suministros esenciales para las vulnerables y para las poblaciones más afectadas en el condado, y considerando que defensores y activistas de la comunidad hispanohablante de condado han prestado su tiempo, influencia y recursos para garantizar que las poblaciones más afectadas por el virus tengan acceso a citas para vacunas, equipo de protección personal, incluidas máscaras KN95, transporte a citas para vacunas y pruebas, y apoyo tecnológico, y considerando que la Asociación Continuada de Organizadores y Defensores de Habla Hispana aseguró que los materiales están disponibles en español y que hay intérpretes y traductores constantemente presentes en las clínicas comunitarias y a menudo con voluntarios no hay remunerados, considerando que desde el comienzo a esta asociación se ha realizado o están planificadas clínicas de vacación de COVID basadas en la comunidad y las comunidades de casas prefabricadas, restaurantes y lugares de culto en Ypsilanti, el municipal de Ypsilanti, en el municipio de Pittsfield y Ann Arbor, lo que refleja las poblaciones lo más afectadas de condado, y considerado que gracias a su asociación en curso de casi 3,000 residentes hispanos han recibido al menos un dosis de vacuna de COVID-19. Esas dosis se han administrado a miembros de la comunidad que se la defensa y los esfuerzos de estos defensores incondicionales podrían no haber tenido acceso oportuno a las citas para la vacuna de COVID-19 o para hacerse pruebas. Y considerando que María Milzer ha participado en el espacio Voces de la Comunidad de Departamento de Salud, brindando información y defensa cruciales y en torno a las estrategias de alcance y acceso al idioma para llegar a los residentes hispanos y latinos. Y considerando que el doctor Milzer y los miembros mexiquenses en Michigan han dedicado innumerables horas de voluntario y coordinar y hacer propaganda de clínicas en asociación con los departamentos de condado y ayudar a los residentes de hablar hispana y orientarse en el proceso de vacunación. Y considerando que Springfield del Plan de Salud Condado de Washington fue crucial para mover y a una red de voluntarios para hacer propaganda y brindar acceso a las clínicas de vacunación y pruebas. Ahora, por lo tanto, se revela que la Junta de Comisionados de Condado de Washington reconozca y honre a María Milzer, a los miembros comprometidos de mexiquenses en Michigan por su constante y presente apoyo a compromiso con el acceso a las vacunas para los residentes latinos y hispanos en condado del Condado de Washington. Se revuelve además que la Junta de Comisionados del Condado de Washington por la presente reconozca y honre de Spring Kiones del Plan de Salud de Washington y sus dedicados equipos y organizadores y intérpretes voluntarios para sus incansables esfuerzos para garantizar que las pruebas, las vacunas de COVID-19 y los recursos sean accesibles de manera de continua y equitativa para nuestra comunidad hispana y latinx en el condado de Washington. Se resuelve además que la Junta de Comisionados del Condado de Washington les agradezca por sus incansables esfuerzos, dedicación continua, asociación y compromiso con la comunidad de Washington.
Thank you. We are honored tonight to have Dr. Militzer and Ms. Trinidad from Mexicenses who would in our Zoom screen tonight with us, and then also Spring Quinones and Jeremy Lapidus are with us also from the Washington Health Plan. Dr. Militzer, would you like to say a few words?
I would like to introduce Ana Trinidad. She is one of the founders of Mexicenses, or Mexicenses as we know it in Spanish. She's the person who's going to address the board tonight.
Estimados miembros de la Junta de Comisionados, soy Ana Trinidad Estanislao, una de las fundadoras de la organización Mexicenses en Michigan. Esta organización comunitaria, que existe desde el 2016, está integrada por más de 500 familias latinas establecidas en Washington. Me acompaña Nayeli Mena Martínez, quien es también una de las fundadoras, y María Militzer, quien es la actual presidenta de nuestra organización. María se encargará de interpretar mi mensaje para ustedes.
Dear members of the Board of Commissioners of Washington County, I am Ana Trinidad Stanislao, and I'm one of the founders of Mexicenses in Michigan. This grassroots community-led organization that exists since 2016 is made up of more than 500 Latinx families in Washington. We are immigrant families, mainly from Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, y Honduras, among other Central and South American countries. Nayeli Mena Martinez, who's also one of the founders, and Maria Militzer, who's the current president of our organization, have joined me today. Maria is interpreting for me.
Antes de continuar, quisiéramos dar nuestras más sentidas condolencias para todas las familias que han perdido a sus familiares por violencia.
Before I continue my words, we will want to express our deepest condolences to the families that have lost family members to gun violence in Washington County.
Agradecemos infinitamente esta distinción que recibimos por parte de la Junta de Comisionados del Condado de Washington. Agradecemos también a la Oficina de Equidad Racial del Condado por crear este espacio en esta importante reunión. Este espacio nos brinda la oportunidad de hacernos visibles a todos ustedes, de ser escuchados y de compartir con ustedes las diferentes actividades que hemos realizado en beneficio de las comunidades latinas inmigrantes en el condado. Nuestra participación en las clínicas de vacunación contra el COVID-19 ha permitido que muchas personas puedan recibir sus vacunas contra este virus, que ha causado estragos no solo en las comunidades latinas inmigrantes, sino también en las comunidades afroamericanas y en otras comunidades minoritarias que no cuentan con el acceso suficiente a los recursos de salud. educación y seguridad que existe en el condado de Washington.
We are deeply grateful for this distinction we received today from the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners and to the county's Racial Equity Office for creating this space at this important meeting. This space gives us the opportunity to make ourselves visible to all of you, to be heard, and to share with you the different activities we have carried out for the benefit of the Latinx immigrant communities in the county. Our participation in COVID vaccine clinics has allowed many people to receive their vaccines against this virus that has negatively impacted not only Latinx, immigrant, and mixed status communities, but also the African American communities and other communities of color that do not have sufficient access to healthcare resources, education, and safety that exist in Washtenaw County.
Desde el inicio de la pandemia, cuando vimos que perdimos nuestros trabajos, nuestras viviendas y nuestros hijos de participar en la educación virtual, nos organizamos como una sola comunidad y actuamos para que el impacto de la pandemia fuera mucho menor.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, when we lost our sources of income or jobs, and our children couldn't take part of virtual school classes, we organized ourselves as a single community and acted upon so that impact of the pandemic was much less.
A pesar de todos nuestros esfuerzos, no pudimos evitar la pérdida irreparable de familiares, amigos y vecinos a causa del virus. Hicimos lo que pudimos para informar a nuestras comunidades de los riesgos y medidas de prevención para evitar la infección. Distribuimos máscaras, guantes, productos de limpieza, traducimos al español mensajes del Departamento de Salud y distribuíamos estos mensajes en Facebook o en WhatsApp.
Despite all of our efforts, we couldn't prevent the loss of family members, friends, and neighbors to the virus. But we did what we could to inform our communities of the risks and prevention measures to avoid infection and death. We distributed masks, gloves, and cleaning supplies. We translated messages into Spanish from the health department and distributed these messages on Facebook and WhatsApp.
También, junto a otras organizaciones comunitarias como Wicker y la Iglesia de San Francisco de Asís, United Way y Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, pero sobre todo con el apoyo de la comunidad en general y decenas de voluntarios, pudimos recaudar más de $250,000 que fueron distribuidos entre más de 1,000 familias que no eran elegibles para recibir los apoyos del gobierno o compensación por pérdida de trabajo.
Also, together with other community organizations such as Wicker and San Francis of Assisi Church, United Way, and the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, and with the support of the community at large and dozens of volunteers, we were able to raise more than $250,000 that were distributed among more than 1,000 Latinx immigrant and mixed status families. Families who were not eligible to receive any type of government assistance or unemployment compensation.
Cuando las vacunas fueron aprobadas para prevenir los efectos del virus, debido a las diferencias de idioma y el poco acceso a la tecnología, entre otras barreras que enfrentamos cada día, tuvimos que crear nuestras propias soluciones para poder hacer posible que nuestras comunidades pudieran vacunarse. A la fecha, como resultado de estos esfuerzos, más de 1,800 latinos se han vacunado en clínicas comunitarias organizadas por mexiquenses, en colaboración con el Departamento de Salud, Washtenaw Health Plan, Packard Health, la Iglesia de San Francisco de Asís, negocios latinos y decenas de voluntarios. En particular, queremos agradecer los esfuerzos de Spring Quiñones del Washtenaw Health Plan y Ellen Ward de la Iglesia de San Francisco de Asís para lograr que las clínicas de vacunación comunitaria pudieran llevarse a cabo.
When vaccines were approved to prevent the effects of the virus, due to language differences and limited access to technology, among other barriers that we face every day, we have to create our own solutions to make it possible for our communities to get vaccinated. Today, as a result of these efforts, more than 2,000, and I heard before 3,000 Latinx have been vaccinated in community clinics organized by Mexiquenses in collaboration with the Health Department, Washington Health Plan, Packard Health, San Francis of Assisi Church, several Latinx businesses, and dozens of bilingual volunteers. We want to express our gratitude to Spring Quiñones from the Washington Health Plan and Ellen Ward from San Francis of Assisi Church for their efforts that made these community clinics possible.
Queremos aprovechar este momento y espacio para reiterar que Mexiquenses en Michigan es una organización en la que todos sus miembros somos voluntarios, que después de nuestras jornadas de trabajo como cocineros en restaurantes, empleados de limpieza en hospitales y hoteles, jardineros y trabajadores del campo y de construcción, nos empeñamos en cambiar nuestras circunstancias, en crear espacios justos en esta sociedad y oportunidades para que nuestras familias, para que junto con sus familias podamos crear soluciones justas y equitativas para todos.
We want to take advantage of this moment and space to reiterate that Mexiquenses in Michigan is an organization in which all of its members are volunteers. Members that after our work days as cooks in restaurants, cleaning employees in hospitals, hotels, and private homes, landscaping and construction worker, we get together to change our circumstances, to create just and fair spaces in this society and opportunities for our families, so that together with your families, we can create fair and equitable solutions for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. I appreciate your comments, and Ms. Quiñones or Mr. Lapid, well, I'll go to you next. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Spring Quiñones, and I would like to thank the esteemed Board of Commissioners for this recognition. As the daughter of immigrants and an immigrant myself, I am both humbled and honored to receive this award as we celebrate the first time Hispanic Heritage Month here in our county. I want to say a special thank you to my parents who are tuning in from Brooklyn, New York, as this is especially rewarding for them to see their children fulfilling what they came here to accomplish for us, for their family, that their sacrifice and their love is what has formed my passion to serve my community. Was the resiliency, the unity, the dedication of our Latinx community here in our county that we joined forces together with our community partners, with the Washington County Health Department, with other community organizations. I also saw some of the commissioners volunteering at some of these community clinics as well, which was extremely motivating and inspirational for our community to see that as well, as we created a safer and a healthier Washtenaw County. As we get ready to celebrate El Día de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, where we celebrate our loved ones, I want to humbly accept this honor in memory of all of our loved ones who have passed away due to COVID-19. There's still a lot of work to be done, and as we have shown that together we are stronger, we look forward to continue to make a difference in our county. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. And Mr. Lapidus.
I just want to say thanks to Maria, Spring, Anna, Nayeli, and everybody else who volunteered. I got to witness some of their efforts, and it was really, really impressive. It was really an honor to be a part of it. I think it's a great example of partnership between grassroots organizations, the Washington Health Plan, and the county. And I hope that we can build on it in the years to come. So, gracias a Maria, Spring, Ana, y todos. Han hecho mucho y hay mucho más para hacer. Gracias. You've done a lot, and there's much more to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's so wonderful to be able to talk about this tonight. Commissioners, would you like to say any of the commissioners, would you like to say a few words? Commissioner Scott.
I'm just going to embarrass myself and try to say this correctly, but gracias por su trabajo duro. I'm a French speaker, not a Spanish speaker, but I try.
Thank you. Any other comments or? Well, thank you again. And thank you for all of your work. It's so important. And although COVID has been very hard and we have lost many loved ones through incredible teamwork, we're also still here, many of us. So thank you again. And I appreciate you coming and spending part of your evening with us tonight. So I am now going to pass it back to Commissioner Hodge to continue the Ways and Means meeting.
Hey, you, Chair Schenk. I have my hand raised. I don't think you can see it, but I'm talking now anyway, so I'm just going to go into it. I already talked a whole bunch since I read the resolution. I want to say I've had the privilege to work with both Spring and Maria in different capacities in their work. And I'm very glad we were able to honor both of them and their work today. All right, let's move it on to, am I frozen? I think I'm frozen. No? Nope, not frozen. Okay, well, I'll be looking for somebody to move the agenda. Commissioner Scott.
I beat you, Labar. I'd like to start with 4A, the sheriff, the 2021-2022 secondary road patrol grant. 4A2, 2021-22 strategic enforcement grant. 4A3, 2021-22 pedestrian and bicycle strategic enforcement grant. B, the Office of Community and Economic Development, 1, the MSHDA Emergency Housing Voucher Grant. C, the Trial Court, 1, Child and Parent Legal Representation Grant. D, Administration, a 2022-2025 budget reaffirmation. And D2, the 2022 WCCVB budget. And E, Board of Commissioners, I think we just have a supplemental there on domestic violence victim and survivor resources.
Excellent. Is there support? All right, thanks. Okay, do we have anybody from the sheriff's office here?
We do. Good evening now.
Hey, good evening.
I apologize. I've never done this before, so I'm not exactly sure how this works. But my name is John Krasberg. I'm a sergeant for the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. The 3 grants that the Sheriff's Office applied for, one was the secondary road patrol. That is a grant that we have done for many years through the state of Michigan, where we seek funding through the state to supply a deputy to enforce, proactively patrol the secondary roads of Washtenaw County. With that also comes accident investigation, where that deputy is in charge of all of our serious injury or fatal accidents that the Sheriff's Office polices. So the state has awarded us a little bit of money this year, not as much as last year, but we're hoping that that'll change as it always does, and they end up giving us more towards the end of the year once they know what their budget is for the whole year. Just go through all 3 of them.
No, you don't have to do that. But thank you, Sergeant. I know it's you do a fine job. We're a nice group. So typically what happens now is I ask any of the commissioners if they have any questions about any of them. You can go into all of them if you'd like, but you don't have to. And then we'll take we'll take questions. Unless if you have something prepared, you want to talk about all three.
Oh, one of them is a new grant that we applied for this year. And actually the state of Michigan reached out to us, OHSP. And it's targeted for the city of Ann Arbor. The city of Ann Arbor ranks 3rd in the state in pedestrian and bicycle accidents for injuries and deaths, only behind the city of Grand Rapids and the city of Detroit. So the state targeted the city of Ann Arbor this year with Ann Arbor Police Department and with us. And we put in a request to try and secure funds for that. And we got approved to do proactive education and enforcement of bicycle lanes and pedestrian crossings in the city of Ann Arbor in and around the college.
Very nice. Okay. All right. Commissioners, any thoughts, questions about any of these three grants? Don't worry, we'll go through and we'll vote on them one by one. Commissioner Scott, I see that real life hand.
Yeah, my live hand. Is that pedestrian and bicycle strategic enforcement grant going to be enforced by the sheriff and the city of Ann Arbor together? So the
Yes.
sheriff will be doing some of that enforcement in the city as well.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to partner together in that action.
Okay. Well, that will be a new thing for people in the city of Ann Arbor.
It will
Welcome.
be. Our
Welcome to,
deputies.
welcome to our streets, friends.
Any other commissioner questions? Comments? Okay. Not seeing any. Okay. Oh, is that a hand, Commissioner Shink? Nope, that's a hair. Okay.
It is a little bit. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hodge. And I guess I would just also note that when people are in the top line, for some of us, we can't see the fake hand. We can only see the real hand. But I just wanted to thank you, Sergeant. Thank the sheriff department or the sheriff's office for going out and getting these grants to do additional work in our community. Appreciate it.
Hey, and look, I took no offense now. You're not seeing the hand. I know how it is, and I knew I was going to talk again anyway. So that was I'm going to take the opportunity. Okay. Any other questions for anybody? Comments? Okay. I'll close out by saying I always comment about when I love the acquisition of grants. It's always nice to see the money coming in. So let's go through and vote on the 2021-2022 Secondary Road Patrol Grant. Ray, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Shink.
Yes.
Item passed.
Excellent. Thank you. I want to make Chair Shink aware that I appear to be having some technical difficulties. So if I disappear for a moment, it's on you until I pop back in. All right, we're going to go for that 2021-2022 Strategic Enforcement Grant. Right.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Shink,
Yes.
and Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Next up, we've got the
Item passed.
2020. Excellent. Next, we got the 2021-2022 Pedestrian and Bicycle Strategic Enforcement Grant. I know Commissioner Scott is particularly excited about this one, so let's go ahead.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Shink,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Item passed.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Next, thank you, Sergeant. Welcome to presenting at these. We're a good group.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Next up, we got Office of Community Economic Development, the Michigan Emergency Housing Voucher Grant. Anybody from OCED here to chat with us? Oh, it's Teresa.
Hi, good evening. There's a grant tonight and it's some emergency housing vouchers. This is MSHDA's rescue plan allocation that's coming down. This is the second batch of emergency housing vouchers coming into the community. Another batch has gone through the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. This is coming to us as the lead agency for the continuum of care. So for this, there is going to be about 47 vouchers coming in, families that are served through this. And the grant is for basically case management for agencies to support folks using those vouchers. We reached out to all the homelessness providers and housing agencies in our continuum of care. And several of them are taxed running other programs like the SARA Rental Assistance Program, but two did step up to help administer this program, and it's the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County, as well as SOS Emergency Services. So they'll be the two agencies that will be administering these grants. We're very excited to have the funds. I do want to sort of caution you that as we know with the moratorium in place previously and our also just very active rental market being very expensive, it is getting harder and harder for folks to find affordable housing. And so one of the challenges that we're going to have with these vouchers, while it's great to have the vouchers, is if people are going to be, how quickly people will be able to find available units. Vacancy rates have been very, very low. Turnover has been low because of the moratorium. And again, just the hot housing market that we're in. So we see sort of that while we have the extra funds coming in to support rental assistance and vouchers in this case, that lack of affordable housing is always the challenge. So just a caveat there, and kind of understanding the challenges in some cases with administering some of these funds. But thanks for your consideration tonight. Let me know if you have any questions.
Questions, comments? All right, not seeing any. Thank you, Teresa. All right, Ray.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
and Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes.
Item passed.
All right, thank you. Next up, we've got the trial court, the Child and Parent Legal Representation Grant. Anybody from trial court here?
Yes, hello. This is Bob Carbeck, Deputy Trial Court Administrator, coming to you from beautiful Cadillac, Michigan.
Hey there.
This grant, we're asking the County Board of Commissioners to ratify our application, and actually we were approved for this grant for Title IV-E Child Care and Parent Legal Representation Funds. What it would allow us to do is to provide reunification funds for indigent legal representation for families where children have been removed and placed into foster care. So for instance, if one of the reasons a child was removed would have been for because the parent was homeless, typically in a case right now, that would be up for the parent to resolve, at least the homeless part. But if they were, for instance, if they were wrongly evicted, for instance, these funds would provide for legal representation through the Michigan Advocacy Program to go to court and hopefully overturn the eviction and get the family into stable housing, which would remove a barrier to reunification. So that's just one example. There are many ways that this would work to achieve faster permanence, to keep kids with their parents and reunify the families faster. So I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you a little bit.
Oh, that's okay. I'm having trouble too with the internet, but I can hear you just fine. Everybody else just appears to be frozen.
Great.
But I think we'll make it through. Anybody have questions or comments? If so, please use the virtual hand, because right now for me, everyone else is frozen. Is that for Robert? Okay.
I hope you can see me.
I can see you. I can see you. I think we're going to go ahead and, sounds great. We're going to go ahead and vote on it.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. All right, we're going to turn it over to Administrator Dill.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. We have two items for you this evening, beginning with the 2022 through 2025 budget reaffirmation. As you know, we bring this item to you every year. It's balanced in its current form. Certainly want to and certainly understand that you all will have an opportunity to address anything that you'd like to change in this. Tina Gavalier is here this evening and might want to make some comments and fill in some of the specific details around this. But I just want to say to the commissioners and the rest of the organization, thank you for your discipline around the finances of this organization. We're only able to provide services to the community through the stewardship of resources that come in. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for your work on this. Tina?
Yep. And good evening, commissioners. I just wanted to kind of give an overview of the time frame commissioners that are here. So tonight presented is the reaffirmation, the quadrennial budget. It'll stay in Ways and Means until at least November 3rd. We have prepared a working session presentation that will be given on October 21st. A public hearing on the budget will occur on November 3rd, and our hope that after your discussion in the board, November 17th, but if you find there it could be adopted per prior to the fiscal year starting 1. The reaffirmation cover memo provides detailed explanations of the modifications that you've made to the budget since last modification to the quadrennial budget happened in June, and that was to capture the 20 property tax increase. The final page of your cover memo has some highlights of the variances between current adopted budget versus the recommended budget. Highlight I will provide is the budget resolution is your parts, and there was only one change to the narrative, and it's on page 19. Bold and italics narrative has changed or been modified. Anything that has strike through is being omitted, but I believe it was just an additional few clarification points with regard to donations. And then the final item with regard environmental stewardship on page 19 that flows into page 20. Also just kind of change dates, but there may be board consideration to restate some of that environmental stewardship to
I think we might have lost Tina. So you have the document.
Looks like she's still there.
Yeah,
kind of.
It should be a familiar document to you all. If you have specific questions, get back to Tina, anyone in administration, and we'll do our very best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And then, Chair, if I may, we have. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead. No, you please.
I was just going to say we have a second item, so can we cover them both, and then we'll ask the board for their pleasure around how we move forward. That second item is the 2022 CBB budget. It's $4.6 million funded almost entirely from the accommodations tax. I see Mary Kerr is on the line this evening and might want to make some specific comments related to the budget. It is a little bit of an increase from 2021. So I'm happy to see things kind of trending up a little bit. But Mary, I don't know if you want to make any specific comments about this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No, really, just a few comments that I have about it, if I may. This year, Destination Ann Arbor, we're projecting a balanced budget, or as I should say, for next year, as you can see. After the hardship of COVID leaving our organization cut by over 58%, 2022 is looking a little brighter. Forecasts are showing a slow but meaningful recovery of 46% over last year, but that's still far below pre-COVID years by 40%. So rebuilding efforts have been going underway with a higher promise of higher revenue. That's allowed us to bring one more furloughed staff member back with plans to bring another back next year. And so we're focusing efforts not only in our marketing plan, marketing and communications plan for 2022, which is going through a rigorous approval process through committee and our executive committee and board of directors, and we'll be presenting that to the commissioners later, but also to focus on workforce development, a huge issue with our hospitality community, and as well as reinstating for all communities in Washtenaw County outside of Ann Arbor, our CTAP, our Community Tourism Action Plan grant program that our communities apply for every year. That's been on pause, and we'd like to re-implement that next year. And also, we started in the summer of 2022 on a strategic recovery plan for the county for the next 18 months. And that plan offers 22 deliverables to help Washtenaw counties that's been the hard hit hospitality community begin to rebuild. And that's our focus is directly on the local community and those businesses for recovery efforts. In addition to that, we again continue, we promise to accomplish the goals as defined in our management agreement with Washtenaw County, or between the county and Destination Ann Arbor, including maintaining 2 fully staffed offices, one in Ann Arbor, one in Ypsilanti, and supporting a sports commission. We work very closely with both University of Michigan and Eastern Michigan University, our sports commission. So it's been absolutely wonderful. And we've got great plans for next year as well. And also creating economic growth by promoting the destination. This destination is an overnight and day visitors. These efforts detailed within the County Convention and Visitor Bureau Business and Marketing Plan, as I stated, is under rigorous review, and we will be presenting that to you by early next year. I have with us today our Vice President of Finance and Administration, Sarah Miller, and we would be more than happy to answer any specific questions. I know I went through that and not in great detail, but I would be more than happy to answer any questions, and Sarah again as well. And last, may I say though, please, we would really like to thank the Board of Commissioners and the County Administration for their unwavering and continued support of the Washtenaw County hospitality community and for our organization. I thank you.
Thank you. All right. Administrator, do you have anything else before I open it up for questions?
Nothing else. Thank you all.
Okay, it is open for questions and/or comments. Commissioner or Chair Shink, I see that hand.
Thank you, Chair Hodge. I don't really have any questions. I think the accommodation tax increasing from 2.9 million to 4.1 almost 3 million tells a story that of hope and hopefully recovery. So I appreciate the work of Destination Ann Arbor throughout the pandemic. I know it's been a tough time, and you are always very creative and always very supportive of our broader community, and I really appreciate that. So I just wanted to say that tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Schenk.
Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. First, quick comment on the CVB. Just thank you to Mary Kerr and all of her staff. I think the CVB has just continued to do such an incredible job trying to help our restaurants and the hospitality industry through the COVID-19 storm, while also facing significant cut to their budget themselves. And I just have been so impressed and appreciative of Mary and her team's work and the challenging and difficult decisions they've had to make within their own organization to keep things afloat. So thank you, Mary. To the budget, I know we'll discuss the budget when we get to a point of presenting it at working session, but I guess I want to ask for a few things. Well, actually, first I have a question, which is, when is the last time have we had a full budget process rather than a reauthorization? Greg, is it something you know, or Tina?
Tina, I can't remember the last time.
It was 2018 for 2019 through 2022. Next year is scheduled a full budget development year for 2023 through 2026.
Okay, excellent. I think there was some reason why we did a reauthorization rather than a complete process in 2018. I forget exactly what it was, but I know there was a good reason. So I would look forward to a robust process next year. I think that is something that we certainly need, given new funds coming in, new challenges and needs of the county. And as we're thinking about all these rescue plan dollars and how that fits into the framework of what we're doing already. So I really hope that we'll have a robust engagement process next year. So that would be my hope. I do have a few requests as we get to within the next couple of weeks here. My hope is that we would have some formal process for engagement with department leaders. I know we'll hear from Public Health and a proposal that they'll share with us related to the rescue plan. And I think that will be helpful, and I look forward to learning about that. But I also like us to hear from OCD and other departments. I am deeply concerned about our capacity as county government. I know that we run a very tight ship in terms of being careful about our spending, particularly structural spending, but I'm really worried about our capacity and the sort of resilience of our staff if we don't invest in building more capacity. And I include administration in that. I have always been critical of more administrative staff than needed, but I think we're at a point where we do need more help and support from administration on down and from public health and OCD up. I think we need more, we need to work on that. So that's something I'd like to see, is how can we engage with departments as a board to learn more about how things are going and what the needs are. The other thing I'd like to see is a process for some level of public engagement. I know, it gives me comfort knowing that we'll have a full process next year. And I know we have a lot on our plate right now, so that perhaps is a bit limited. We are getting some public engagement around the rescue plan dollars, and we'll have more of that. And so perhaps that can at least shape a little bit of, not shape, but give us some more input as to community needs and priorities. But I've stressed every single year of the budget and continue to hope that we will have a formal community input and engagement process. So maybe some of that can happen next year and a little bit less this year, but I just really feel like we have to engage more with the public around the overall budget. I proposed last year, and I again will consider proposing and something to ensure better compliance with our budget provisions. So for example, our the environmental and sustainability work. I feel like it's moving in a really good direction now, but I was concerned that we missed a lot of deadlines, and what we would do is just create a new deadline. But I want to have some mechanism for ensuring that we're going to hit the deadlines outlined in the budget, or something. I don't know what that looks like, but I hope that we'll consider that. The last thing I do really hope that we could do in the next 2 weeks would be, if staff could come up with some sort of formal yet simple process for commissioners to propose amendments. I know whenever we want to propose amendments, we kind of each come up with our own way of sort of piecing it together. If we could have some sort of form or outline or something that would say, amendment to amend this line and that provision or whatever it may be, just some sort of process that's formalized for commissioners to be able to propose amendments. And then the last thing I'll just mention right now is I really hope, given the needs in our community, I would hope that we wouldn't put more into our fund balance. My hope would be that we'd get that money into the hands of residents or to our departments, or to whatever infrastructure needs we have, rather than putting it into fund balance. And I could be talked out of that one, I guess, but I just feel like we have so many needs and so much demand on our departments and our employees that I would like to get those resources into either employees' hands or the hands of the community members. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
I think Administrator Dill wants to respond.
Yes, I don't know if Commissioner Scott wants to go first. I can respond to all of those things if she has a desire to go before me.
Commissioner Scott, do you have a desire to go before him?
I mean, I just have a desire to do what's the most expedient, and I'm not going to talk for that long. And
Okay,
so
you go ahead, and then all other commissioners make comments, and then Administrator Dill can respond to everybody.
Yes, like I'm all for expediency and good government here. Let's keep people engaged. First of all, Commissioner Morgan, and thank you, Chair. Commissioner Morgan, that's the first time I heard this idea about making an easy kind of form for us to think about budget amendments. I'm all for it. I don't know how easy that would be, but that seems like a great thing to try to make sure we're all thinking about what needs to be done. And I just want to know, like, I haven't had as much time to look through the budget as I want. I'm sure that there'll be some hits to fund balance and things like that because of changes that we asked for last year. I know that one of the resolutions we passed that I looked for was a county engagement, an employee engagement process, which has never, it's usually a little bit costly, not too dear, but it's probably going to be hit on the budget too. So, and I'll talk to Administrator Dill to see where we are with that process as well. Thank you for the thumbs up. And I just want to note that when we get into another big budget next year, I want administration and my colleagues to start thinking right now about participatory budgeting processes. We're really hearing from people here about how they want to see money spent. And if we have this engagement right now over ARPA funds, I hope that people will stay that engaged on the actual like 4-year budget that we'll start to look at next year, and that you can start thinking now about what those budget needs are and how we look at things. And Commissioner Morgan and I have talked about this before too. I'd really like to see how what we're budgeting for and the change that we expect with that money. So sort of like in medical parlance, like the evidence-based, like where's the rubber meet the road? If we're funding things, I want to understand what the change is or what we're thinking about is supposed to happen with that funding. These are all huge questions, and I'm not proposing them for this year. I'm proposing them more for thinking about how we create another budget, the big overarching budget. Not that they shouldn't be thought of now, but in a larger scope, creating that next 4-year budget. It's time to start doing that homework for all of us right now and think about how we can engage the public on that participatory budgeting going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Other commissioners for round 1 of comments. There might only be one round. That's it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I would say I agree. And I know that Peter has a lot of interest and I believe some expertise in doing some participatory budgeting. So that may be something we can call on next year or before next year as we start to plan for that. I like what Commissioner Scott mentioned around how do we make sure that data is driving our decision making while we pass that resolution, make sure that we use the opportunity index in our programmatic and policy decisions. So I think we have laid the groundwork this year, and we can continue to lay the groundwork for next year to make sure that we are making effective decisions and we're seeing the kinds of changes following the data and metrics that we're aiming to see with how we spend resources. All right, Administrator Dill, I know you want to respond now.
Yeah, and these are all quick, so I do have down an opportunity for the commissioners to have a smooth process for amendments. I'll get the team together. We'll see what we can do about that. Next year, having a full planning year will probably afford us an opportunity to look at how we engage with department heads and the general public, and really begin to think about, Commissioner Scott, as you just mentioned, how we roll out a participatory budget strategy. So those are all things that we can produce for next year in a full budget cycle. And then the last thing relative to fund balance, Commissioner Morgan, we've had a number of conversations about this. I really want us to try to find balance or the sweet spot around our fund balance. One of the reasons that we were able to respond in the way that we did during the pandemic is because we had resources to do that. Our response to the climate change events in our community was a function of having fund balance to respond. So as we move forward, I'm absolutely there that we shouldn't be, you've heard me say many times, we are not the taxpayers' piggy bank. So there has to be balance there. But I just want us to be mindful that we have to have enough resources to respond in a crisis. So I'll take all of this back and we'll see what we can do about putting something together that the commissioners are comfortable with.
All right, we got to find balance for the fund balance, balance for balance. So I believe that we now have to vote on the WCCVB budget, but we're not voting on the budget reaffirmation because it's going to reappear in Ways and Means. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, very nice. This is pretty good for my first rodeo. All right, let's go, Ray. Let's get that vote.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Sanders,
We can't hear you, Commissioner Sanders. I think you're saying yes. Like if my lip reading is correct, sounds like an emphatic yes. Okay, that's. Can we accept that, Ray? As a,
okay. All right. Will we take that as a yes then? Okay.
Kurt, is that a yes? Can we legally take that as a yes? Yep, she got thumbs up too.
If the thumbs are up, then that's a yes.
All right, Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
and Commissioner Maciejewski.
Yes.
Item passed.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going to move on now to the supplemental that we have, and I believe I'm turning this over to Chair Schenk.
Thank you, Chair Hodge. I know that, there's been some talk about the situation around Safe House and some of the work that the county is doing. So I'm trying to hit a sweet spot between saying too much and not enough. After I say what I'm going to say, if people have questions, please ask me. This is something that we got into the supplemental. It's not the way I like to do things. I like to have resolutions on the agenda from the beginning, but unfortunately I wasn't able to get it prepared in time to be anything other than a supplemental. So what this resolution is asking is for an allocation of $75,000 to support survivors who either have been turned away from Safe House or have been exited before they were ready from Safe House, or who we learn about in the time going forward, who are not able to access the services of Safe House, but have been are trying to leave an abusive relationship of some kind. And Washtenaw County has contracted with Safe House for many years. to provide services for survivors of domestic abuse or domestic violence and sexual assault. And this shelter would include sheltering and also advocacy that involves assisting service participants and their families with their basic needs, safety planning, counseling, referral sources, legal advocacy, employment, transportation, locating and securing housing, childcare, and follow-up after leaving the shelter. I will not profess to understand all of the reasons why. There have been some survivors who have come forward that have stated that they were exited before they were ready, or that they have been turned away from sheltering at Safe House. And the executive director did tell me that they're short-staffed, but still these people, they need services. And so Washtenaw County, well, I'll say a little more about that. So some of these survivors have come forward with stories of their experiences of trying to access services through the Safe House Center. They have indicated that despite Safe House's claim of supporting all survivors, they've either been turned away or forced to leave Safe House on short notice without receiving necessary services to keep themselves and their families safe. They were not assisted in finding safe shelter or in developing a safety plan. They reported delayed or no assistance in obtaining a PPO to keep them safe from their assailant. And there have been a couple reports of people having been turned away without having resolved the issues that were the direct result of the actions of their assailants and that make them susceptible to future violence and control. And so as a direct result of this, county employees, commissioners, community organizations, and residents have spent many hours in the last several weeks responding to the needs and services necessary for the safety and well-being of survivors that Safe House has not been able to meet. And so despite this ad hoc work, there still remains a gap in services due to Safe House's inability to live up to their mission at this point. And so multiple survivors and their children remain in the community without adequate support or services. Some of the survivors believe that they are still in extreme danger due to the inability or unwillingness of Safe House to provide services to them. And so I worked on this resolution so that, one, we could talk about this publicly, and so we could also make it clear that we're here to support survivors and to give our administrator, who does have authority for this kind of amount, but to give him full board support for the work that he's been doing to support and his staff to support survivors. And I will say, I've talked to a number of survivors, and so and have been actively assisting connecting them with county resources. And so I truly believe that this is necessary to have the conversation and also to allocate this money with the idea that we would be getting a timeline from administration and a list of deliverables around that. And so the amount is for $75,000. I will also say, before I stop talking for a moment, that Administrator Dill does have an update during his report of the county administrator. And then during my report of the chair of the board, I have invited several survivors to tell very succinctly a bit about their experiences. So does anyone, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Shing. Before I open up for questions, I just want to point out that I know that the board does not like when supplementals come up, and that sometimes there's a tendency to vote against a supplemental just by the nature of it from a philosophical perspective. I want to say that Chair Shink has spent a tremendous amount of time on this, as has Administrator Dill and his team, and I've done what I can to work alongside them on this. This has been a very fast-moving situation. If it could have not been a supplemental, it wouldn't have been. But the urgency of the situation requires us to act now, and because of that, that's why we have this as a supplemental. So I would ask that everyone consider that as we have this discussion, and consider that as you think about how you're going to vote. Now I'll open up for questions or comments. Commissioner LaBarre.
Thanks, Chair. I'll certainly support this. I think this is a good thing for us to do at this point. I do think it would be a good time for this board to get a review, either at a working session or via document about the background and purpose of Safe House and the county's relationship with it, including the millage for the building and the ownership there, the mandated services, which I don't believe we technically have provided through Safe House mandated services, but rather discretionary services, which for obvious reasons, this community fully supports and expects to provide. So just some background. Unfortunately, I think we're at a place where we could all use a refresh on that as we go forward. And then just in terms of the supplemental nature, I get it. I think we all appreciate seeing something ahead of time, but we all have the ability as individual commissioners to bring something from the floor. So I'll certainly be supporting it. I hope others will too. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Chairwoman Shink and others on the commission who have contributed to this process and worked on this issue recently. I want to thank Commissioner Shink as well for the time that she spent with me, updating me on the phone recently. A lot of work has been put in very quickly, as has been mentioned. And I concur with the previous comments, although this is not the way we prefer to do things. This is a true dire emergency situation. We need to take action. So again, thank my colleagues in administration for bringing this forward tonight for us to consider, and I look forward to supporting it as well.
Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Shink, I guess I think I have a question here. Thank you very much for bringing this resolution forward. I know you've been working incredibly hard on this, as well as several other commissioners. I guess my concern is not at all about allocating $75,000 to support victims and survivors, but that I guess concern that we're spending $156,000 annually to support Safe House to do this work. And so my question is sort of, and maybe you've already thought about this, shouldn't we, if we're not getting the results or we're not seeing people, residents being supported through Safe House, shouldn't we redirect the funds that we're allocating to Safe House to some other source until or unless we can address the concerns with Safe House? I guess I'm really asking, I'm not trying to imply anything here, but if we're already allocating funds to support victims and survivors, and we're not actually having victims and survivors being supported through Safe House, is there another, should we redirect funds rather than allocating more, I guess is my question.
Thank you.
So I don't know if Chair Shink wants to answer that just yet, but I know that some of that may come up in Administrator Dill's report. Chair Shink, whatever you'd like to add at this point, please.
It will.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say quickly, Commissioner Morgan, yeah, that's a good question. My purpose in bringing forward this resolution tonight was to be clear about what's happening, to make sure that the board is fully aware of what's happening, to support administration in the work of supporting these survivors, and then to give us some time to sort out just those questions that you're talking about, which I think are not questions that we want to answer in a rush of any kind.
Okay, thank you. I think that helps. I'm certainly very supportive of this. I know that we have an immediate need for survivors who are in need of support, and I think we should certainly solve that need. And I'm willing to follow the lead of you and Administrator Dill and board leadership in terms of how we work toward a path forward in regard to Safe House, and as we further investigate the concerns that have been raised there. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
Thanks, Chair. Now, is this money going directly to Safe House, or is it going to be money that's going to be distributed through the administration office here at the county?
Right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go, please.
Sorry. I figured I was on the hot seat, Administrator Dill. Yeah, it's not meant to go to Safe House. It's meant to be distributed for the benefit of the survivors. So, for example, right now, administration is, I believe, is paying for 3 hotel rooms for survivors, and so it's for that kind of a thing. And then as we go forward to just address needs that normally would be addressed by would have been addressed through the people being associated with Safe House and their services.
Okay, so that's directly taking care of the clients that are not getting services. So yeah, I believe that the money that you're talking about is needed, and for it to come as a supplement in which we're all trying to be conscious of not doing that, being that it's one for a human service that dollars we have already spent has seemed to be insufficient, and we're looking into more, as Commissioner Barr said, more information on the operations of Safe House and Washtenaw County's part in funding that. I believe that, this is appropriate for tonight as far as a supplement. I think that we definitely need more information on Safe House, and making sure that is, as Commissioner Scott said, when we fund something, we need to know what the outcome is going to be. And so thanks a lot for doing that. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to also sort of address Commissioner Morgan's question. Yes, we have allocated money to Safe House. And I know that we'll hear an update from Administrator Dill and also in Commissioner Shink's report, but there still are families that are being served at Safe House. So it's not that we want all of the people who need these services to have services and be safe. And so I don't want to say that we're pulling any funding from Safe House while there's an impending investigation that the Safe House Board has asked for. And I want to make sure that the people who are at Safe House continue to be safe there also. So we are not discussing stopping current funding that's happening for Safe House. We are just discussing making sure that we have the funding available for people who have dire need that cannot be served at Safe House for one reason or another, which I'm sure we will hear more about. I have been talking extensively with Commissioner Shink and Administrator Dill about this as well, and doing work. We had a letter that was signed by elected women in Washtenaw County that I worked on writing with some very fine edits from my colleagues here on the board, notably Commissioner Sanders. And we've had around 130 women and men across the county sign that petition at this point too, looking for some transparency and board action at Safe House. I appreciate the resolution from the floor. Obviously, we all want to cogitate things ahead of time and have time to think about things, but it is one of the things that we can do. I don't want us to get so caught up sometimes in making sure that we don't have supplementals, that when we need a supplemental or when a board member feels that for whatever reason, what they're not getting, if they're not getting something on the agenda that they want on the agenda, which doesn't happen, I'm casting no aspersions here, Mr. Dill. But if you felt like that, or if you felt that there was an emergency, this is why we can bring things from the floor, and it's part of our democratic process. And so I think as long as we are thinking about these things with proper thought, that it is entirely appropriate, and this is entirely appropriate. This is about making sure that we are keeping these families that have need of safety safe, providing them the basic safety, food, and shelter that they need, leaving a situation that is not good for them. And I know that in the days and weeks going forward, we're going to be talking about what we think it means and where our values lie, and how we shelter women who are leaving abusive situations and domestic violence, and what we think those shelters should look like. And so I think that this is the first step in what will become a kind of examination of our conscience on how we treat mostly women who are leaving situations like this. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Machewski, I see you.
Just to add in, we've got multiple members who are asking for an overview of Safe House and the county's role in it, a working session. Mr. Lindeman and I will be working on scheduling that hopefully in November to get that information out there.
Excellent. Okay. Any others before we move on? Okay. Well, I want it to be very clear that all of us, all 9 of us, county administration, everyone has heard the outcry from the community. This is our attempt to react as quickly as possible to ensure the safety of survivors. And this is just the first step, as Commissioner Scott mentioned. This is just the first step of a long road ahead for us. And thank you, Chair Shink, for bringing this to us. With that, Ray, let's vote.
Commissioner Sanders,
I think that's a yes.
okay. Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Shink,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
and Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you, everyone. Kurt.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, Chair. Just wondering, is it the intent of the board to take it through tonight or to go forward to the 20th?
I think it's the intent of the board to take it through tonight. Chair Shink, was that the intention with the resolution today?
I would appreciate that. It wasn't really, I wasn't sure how people would react to it, but if people are willing to pass it all the way through, I think that would be the best.
The only
Yeah, I'm willing to. Let's do it.
Yeah, the only thing that you'd need to do is someone would need to move it forward tonight and get a second and then do a roll call vote to actually move it for final consideration tonight.
Do we need to do that right now or do we do it later?
You do it right now.
So moved.
Support.
All right. Any discussion? No discussion. Okay, great.
So thank you, guys, and I'll try.
Yeah, excuse me, Greg, they need to vote.
Oh. That's right.
You gotta call the roll call vote.
Great, please. Commissioner Sanders, I think we're getting some interference. Thank you. Yeah, okay. It's okay. Go ahead. Great.
Okay. Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Shink,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sanders.
I think it's a yes.
Okay.
Item passed. Okay. Thank you. For more on Safe House, we're going to turn it to Administrator Dill.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for bursting in on your vote. It's been a long day. I was in the Seattle airport at 4 a.m. this morning, so things are starting to run together a little bit. So listen, I just wanted to say quickly to Commissioner Jefferson's point, and I thought Katie answered it really well. The 75,000 is really looked at as a supplemental, and like every other allocation that you all have made, it's my intent to provide you with an update on how those resources are spent as we move through that. So I will in the coming weeks make certain that we are back before you with either in writing or verbally. You will have an update on how those resources have been spent. So with that, I do want to just take the opportunity to thank the 9 commissioners for their attention on this matter. I know this is something that you all are very passionate about, but I just wanted to take a moment to lift up Commissioner Beaman, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott, and Commissioner Shink, because we have had so many frank, thoughtful, and appropriately aggressive conversations around this issue over the last few weeks. And I'm just grateful to see the passion that you all displayed around this item. So as you all know, I'm on the Safe House board as well. And there are a number of things that I just wanted to make you all aware of, including the one thing that I think the community has been requesting, and that is a formal statement from the Safe House board. We are in the final phases of a draft that may still go out tonight. And in that communication, we'll talk about a couple of things. One, the interim leadership of Safe House. We are, as you all know, we're going to do an external investigation, really trying to get to the facts around how we're operating Safe House. We have contracted with Miller Canfield to do that investigation. And then there's some items specific to the Safe House building that I want to go in just a little bit a deeper detail, but also let this board know that I've committed to the Safe House board to provide you all with weekly updates on the progress of Safe House. So probably not this Friday, but every Friday that follows, I will make certain that you all have an update on the activities of the Safe House Center. And clearly, I think you all have seen some of the dialogue from Corporation Counsel around our relationship with Safe House. That is certainly something that we'll have to continue to think about and talk about in the coming weeks. My goal is to provide the chair of the board and the 9 of you with a continuum of options for how we provide these critical services to the community. And I think that's what we contract for. And I think those are the next steps for us as a component of the community that stewards some of these services. So let me just wrap back around and talk about some of the specifics around the building. Some of you know that building is roughly 31 years old. It was built, unfortunately, in a floodplain. And unfortunately, the building is showing its age. There are some deferred maintenance items that we have a plan in place. Jason Fee, the Director of Facilities, has provided me with a plan to address some of those issues that we identified on our tour that will need immediate attention. So that too is something that I'll make sure that is included in an update to you all. One of the things that is in this document for consideration is security on that site and updating the camera systems and the badge access system. So all of those things to me are a component of things from patch and paint to addressing structural issues in the facility at this point. So all that will be included in the document that I provide to you all on next Friday. So you're probably wondering about what I mean when I say interim leadership. I'd like to leave it at that at this point, and certainly we'll talk to you all offline. I don't want to get ahead of the Safe House board, which is going to produce a communication to the community either later this evening or first thing in the morning. That's in the final phases of its authoring. So I wanted to give you those kind of little kernels of what's going on right now. And I am available either on this call this evening or anytime over the next few days to answer specific questions that you might have related to this item.
Thank you, Administrator. Do you have any questions? No.
Thank you. That will conclude my report.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on to report of the chair of the board.
Thank you, Chair. Tonight, for my report of the chair, I've invited 2 survivors to come and speak with us about their experiences. I have spent 3 hours with one of the survivors, and I have spent quite a bit of time talking and texting with the other. And another person who is with the survivors tonight is Nicole Beverly. She is the founder of the Enough Initiative, which is a domestic violence prevention and recovery organization. She herself is a survivor of domestic violence, stalking, and multiple attempts by her ex-husband to hire people to murder her. And so she has been working with survivors and really took the lead on keeping them safe and doing the things that they needed done, while the county has been doing its best to get up to speed, because as you all know, this isn't something that we had been engaged in doing before because we had relied on Safe House. And so I want to express my gratitude to Nicole Beverly and the work that she's doing, along with other members of our community, residents who have volunteered their time and their money and their love in an effort to keep survivors safe. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Nicole and the survivors whose names I am not saying to keep them safe. Nicole?
We're here.
Turning it over to you. Okay.
Okay. I've been a voice for a while, speaking out since I was exited from the Safe House after my 35th day. I feel like crying. I don't know why. I do. I've never been in a situation like this in my life. It took a lot for me to even go there. Because where I come from, you don't go to the police. That's why I went to Safe House. I received absolutely nothing. I didn't receive any therapy, any guidance. I had to reach out or knock on the door for someone to come out just to talk to me and advocate. I talked to 3 advocates there. One was a manager, and I told my story, and I was waiting for guidance. Like, when do I do press charges? When do I do the PPO? Does it change my life? To this day, I finally got my PPO done, but it took for me to. I was telling Nicole about it, and she's like, well, why don't you send me your PPO just so I can look it over? And she texted me back or called me and said, your PPO has never been served. So upon being released on my 35th day as exited, I had no PPO at all. I mean, it was not even served. So I was on the streets for 3 days, sleeping in my car, but not even knowing that I was not completely safe. I mean, I just thought it was served. I don't know anything about it. Nobody explained to me what a PPO is, or how it's done or anything. I was just given my paperwork and said, fill it out. That's it. So if it wasn't for her telling me it was never served, I would never have had it served. I left Safe House with bruises on my face and on my arms, which I showed 3 advocates there. And that was due behind what happened, my assailant and a family member that I got hit up in Ypsilanti. A lot of people know me in Ypsi. A lot of people know the person. My situation is big, as in everybody knows me and whatnot. So all I wanted was guidance, support, therapy, and help me to get my life back and help me to understand why that happened to me. So I sit here in the same position, but worse than when I walked into Safe House. I have a roof over my head, which is good. My dog's safe because I have a dog. And we're safe so far. I've had situations, I've had private callers on my phone. I had a situation today with my dog because it's just different things happen to me that's not good. I'm too close to, so, I am scared. I don't know what happens. I don't know what can happen to me. I haven't pressed charges for the simple reason I don't know where I'm going to be or if I'm safe. So when I do make that initiative, which I do want to, I want to make sure I'm okay, but who do I talk to? I appreciate the people that have helped. Sue, you're one of them. You're amazing. And Greg Dill, because I know he's behind us having shelter. I'm not sure other people, but I know the amazing woman right here, Nicole. Like I said, she's been my therapy, my guidance, my everything to explain things to me. I don't know. I've never thought I'd be in this situation in my life, ever. I know I want to move forward in my life. I'm not a person that just lets my life go and I fall down and don't get up. But I've fallen down, but I need help getting up in my life. I can't do this alone. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Rayvon Fields. I was exited from Safe House on August 30th after spending 28 days there. And it was the day after I had met with Pat Lesko to discuss the conditions of Safe House. And then upon my exit interview, if you want to call it that, I was told that I had 20 minutes to pack my things and leave. I explained to the two women who called me into the meeting to evict me that I did not have any safe place to go. And I was told that there was nothing they could do and that I had 20 minutes to find a ride. Upon finding that ride, I was then told that that ride was not able to come to the facility because she was a prior intern at the facility and that she was trespassing. So I ended up walking out with 2 bags in my hand. Most of my items were left in the shelter at the time. Upon my exit, there were several of the staff members and higher ups of Safe House standing outside, literally laughing at me as I and the former intern were at the bottom of the driveway waiting on police to arrive and then talking to police because I was then told that I was trespassed. And so was the former intern from Safe House, meaning that I would not be able to return to Safe House. I wasn't really given a good explanation as to why I was exited from Safe House. To be honest, I wasn't too upset about exiting from Safe House. The issue was that I didn't have anywhere to go. And at the time, I thought that I was going to definitely have to return back to my abuser, who is actually now in the Washtenaw County Jail on a $3 million bond. He was picked up by the marshals after I left Safe House. Despite Safe House knowing that I was receiving multiple death threats from him several times a day, sometimes up to 20 times a day. I would show them every text message. They still exited me from Safe House and gave me 20 minutes after I told them that I was going to have to go back to my abuser because I literally had nowhere else to go. Just to speak quickly on how it was when I was in Safe House, one thing that really still sticks out in my head is my arrival to Safe House. I was treated very coldly, to put it lightly. It was very, this is the rules, sign here, sign there. And then I was given a sticky note. I was given a quick tour where I carried my bags around with me as I was going on this tour. And then I was given a sticky note and told this was my locker number, this was my room code number, and to go upstairs, and that was that. I never made contact. I arrived probably about 9 or 8 p.m., in between 8 and 9 p.m., and I never saw a staff member again until that morning when I came downstairs to actually leave and go to Walmart to buy myself clean sheets and cleaning supplies to clean up the filthy room that I was giving at Safe House. And when I say filthy, I mean feces and blood on the walls, black mold in the shower. For Greg Deal to say that there might be some light work that needs to be done or whatever that was, is putting it very vaguely. And the conditions of Safe House were absolutely deplorable. And it was very, very difficult to get anything done there. I will say on my behalf, no one at Safe House, not one time, called anyone as far as housing to get me help. When I was talking to them, I have documentation of me repeatedly asking about a PPO for my abuser. And I was told that essentially the PPO was a piece of paper and that it would make my abuser more angry and that I really should think about that before I did that. And not knowing anything about PPOs and about how that all works, I took their advice and that's what I did. Since I've been exited to Safe House, I have been at least 5 different hotels where my phone has been hacked, and I've had several phones as well, at least 5 of those too. And I have been traced still down to the exact room number that I have been in. I've spent hours sitting at police stations because I literally had nowhere that I could go that was safe. I have been at people's house and they have traced me to people's houses. It's one thing to provide someone with a hotel, but it's another thing to provide us with services that we desperately need. And putting us in a hotel by ourselves in isolation, essentially, is something that may look like on the outside it's helping, but I can speak for myself and for several other women that aren't here, but I've had conversations with that have been exited from Safe House. We do not feel that we're receiving enough. By enough, I mean, if it wasn't for Nicole Beverly, I literally wouldn't have a way to pick up my medication, to go to appointments. I wouldn't have had someone to call when literally someone was saying they were on their way to my hotel room to kill me. There's been at least 5 different police departments involved in my case as well, because this is also happening in multiple cities. So it's just been a really big letdown, and it definitely started with Safe House and them choosing to exit me, because had I been able to stay at Safe House, and I didn't break any rules, so there was no true reason for me to be exited. I hadn't even gotten to my 35 days. None of what I've gone through since Safe House, which has also been maybe as equally traumatic as what has happened to me that brought me into Safe House. I just feel like I really should have not spoken up about my abuse, and that going to Safe House has made my life a lot worse instead of better in any way.
Traumatized.
I definitely feel like I experienced a lot of trauma by being at Safe House and then being exited from Safe House, and just not receiving a ton of support from the county. And so again, I just want to reiterate, if it was not for Nicole Beverly and the Enough initiative, I would most likely be dead right now. My abuser probably wouldn't have even gotten locked up, and I would probably be dead. And literally today, since this board meeting has been going on, I've received text messages asking me why I'm out of my hotel room right now. So clearly I'm still being watched, and there's no protection for me. There's no locked facility, no locked Safe House shelter that I'm able to go to. So I'm stuck to stay in a hotel and pray that they don't really end up busting through the door and shooting me while I'm in bed. So I just really hope that you guys can all come together and somehow quickly, I know it can't happen overnight, but be able to open up something like Safe House if Safe House is not able to be open again, so that we, myself and other women, still have some safe place. Because as much as I'm grateful for a hotel, it is not nearly enough for us, and it is definitely not protection in any shape or form. So thank you for your time and for listening, and I'll turn it over to Nicole now, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. And I don't want to, share too much. These amazing women, I think, did a really great job of illustrating what their experience was, both in shelter and since shelter. And the one thing I would like to say is that I've had multiple other victims reach out that have been turned away since, or were turned away in the past. And one that actually contacted me today was turned away 10 years ago, and was given no referral resource information, went back to her husband, was hospitalized because he attacked her again, ended up in hospital in Wayne County, and was then referred to First Step, who took her in and changed her life. She is now a clinical social worker. And she is willing to speak to any one of you, willing to listen to her story as well, because she feels like that experience was, it still traumatizes her too, because, she thinks if she would have gotten the help that she needed when she needed it, and that was 10 years ago. And so my concern is how many victims have been impacted by this over the years, and how many victims are being turned away right now that are not reaching us at the Enough Initiative and not reaching you, who are either going back to their abusers or becoming homeless, or who will be killed. So this is a very, very serious issue, as I'm sure you all know. I work with victims every day. This isn't even my day job. I just want to put that out there. I'm a behavioral consultant at the ISD is my day job. The Enough Initiative is my nonprofit. We're grassroots. We have volunteers, boots on the ground. And as you can tell, we take the best care of every victim that we work with, and we take our work very seriously. So if anyone has questions for me, I thank you for this time and for listening to these women who have been through something incredibly traumatic and taking this seriously, and most importantly, voting through what you guys voted through tonight, because that is going to help tremendously in terms of, future victims that come forward and need housing and counseling, things that I can't offer because I'm not doing this work full time. The regular individual counseling, group counseling, and help with resource applications, and court issues too. The list goes on. So I thank you for the time. And I didn't know if anyone had questions for any of us.
Do we have any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Sanders. We're not able to hear you. It's got that interference sound. Is there any way you could take off the headset?
I have an idea. Commissioner Sanders, do you want to call me?
Oh, that's good, yeah.
And I can put my phone next to the computer, and then you could hear through my phone?
Oh, Commissioner Sanders could just dial into the meeting via the phone, and then that way audio will come through the phone.
Yes, one of the two of those, because I definitely would like to hear what Commissioner Sanders has to say here.
Yeah, while she's connecting with Commissioner Sanders, if I may, I just want to respond to everybody on the call, including the brave survivors that are on the line. In no way am I suggesting, or anyone on my team suggesting, that a hotel room is the appropriate response. But we are the county safety net. And when someone's in crisis, our first requirement is to get them to what we think is a safer place. And that's what we've attempted to do. It is certainly not perfect. It certainly there are some gaps in our ability to provide what we think our survivors need and deserve. So I just wanted to be clear about that, and certainly will accept all the criticism that goes along with that. But this was simply our attempt to make sure that survivors had some place to go at minimum.
And I appreciate that. I really do.
Are we, let's see. I am again having technical difficulties for some reason. I don't know what's going on. But so if there's a commissioner that wants to raise their hand, please raise your hand electronically, because that'll trigger the little emoji. While we wait for Commissioner Sanders.
Well, while we have some dead air, let me just address the other question related to the building. The building absolutely has some challenges, and we are committed to addressing those challenges. So I think I'll just stop there, but I wanted the commissioners and certainly the survivors to know that the things that you all identified, Chair Shink and I saw when we toured the facility, and we are committed to addressing those concerns. Those things are underway right now. And I will have a report for our County Board of Commissioners at next Friday, by the end of business next Friday.
Thank you, Administrator Dale. I know it is a challenging situation for you to both be the administrator and on the board of Safe House, in both of those roles. We are at the county doing all we can. There are just those additional challenges with Safe House being a separate 501c3. That in no way that is me trying to excuse that. It's not an excuse. It's put us at a disadvantage in our response, and we are working as quickly and hopefully as effectively as we can to respond appropriately.
I have a quick question that someone may be able to answer, and perhaps it would be Greg Dell. The victims that have been trespassed, what is the procedure so that they can be untrespassed, so that if they do need emergency services in the future, once these issues are resolved, if they do have an urgent need to stay for safe shelter, that they can have those trespassing charges removed from them being able to actually seek shelter in Washtenaw County?
So I don't have an answer for you this evening. I've written it down. I will provide a response sometime tomorrow. Curtis, I don't know if you want to add anything to this.
I really don't know the answer either, Greg. We'll have to check with the prosecutor's office to see what the response or how you would go about doing it. I would suspect that one thing you could do is go to Legal Services of South Central Michigan, and they might be able to help, but we can find out what the process is and then get back to you.
Yeah, we unfortunately can't even get phone calls back from them because they're so backed up at this point in time, even for family court services assistance. So unfortunately.
I believe my team can get you a response.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. I think we almost heard her. *6.
She still looks like she's muted. Do you need to unmute her?
I know she's on the phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't mean to laugh because this is a heavy issue. I wanted to inquire of the two brave young ladies, the survivors, to share when you are admitted in, do they give you the reasons why you can be exited? Do they explain, what consequences are? And I don't want that to come off the wrong way. I'm asking for more reasons than.
For myself, I was given a couple of reasons. One of which I remember being if you fail to do your chore 3 times within a week, because we were assigned weekly chores. They were among things like cleaning the kitchen, washing the linen from everyone else at the shelter, to cleaning the bathroom, just things like that. And so I was told when I first got there that if I did not do my chore 3 times, or if I had food or drinks in my room, those are reasons I could be exited, or if they found drugs or that I was under the influence of drugs or alcohol, were the reasons I was told I could be exited.
I was told it's a 35-day program, period. That's what I assumed, and that's what I thought.
So, okay, so just in your opinions, how does 35 days help you?
In my opinion, 35 days with them giving that amount of time and telling us. So my first initial meeting with the housing manager, who is supposed to help coordinate getting housing, that was the first thing she said to me is, you arrived on this date and this date will be your exit date. To be honest, 35 days does nothing but give you anxiety and intense fear that is very unrealistic for someone to go from being homeless to being able to move into a apartment, a house, anywhere within 35 days. To get that amount of help, especially even with Safe House help, it's not something that's very common. So it to answer your question, it essentially just caused a lot of anxiety and again, fear of I'm not going to be able to make it in time.
Not only that, you aren't even, well, I know I wasn't even given the opportunity to start the process with why I'm there. It was never even discussed why I'm there. It was the initial one day when I got there, I told my story. 35 days did not give you opportunity to heal, to maybe take a step towards healing, you know what I'm saying? Understanding or anything. That's just really big with me. And what housing consisted of there, your housing appointment, which I thought it was going to be huge. I couldn't wait because that was going to be my life-changing day. You know, this is what I thought, because I'm going to have a destination and I'm going to be able to get goals and this and that. And I'm going to be able to, they're going to show me how to turn my life around and get, you know, to heal. The housing date consisted of, well, beforehand, call Hawk. That's what they told me. Call Hawk. You need to call Hawk and get that number from them, that ID number. I'm like, okay, what does that mean? Just make sure you get that. Just you call Hawk. So I called Hawk. First time I called Hawk, they told me, oh, we're going to wait for the lady. Now I understand what she meant by it. She's like, we're not going to do anything today. We want to see what they want to do and where your circumstances are. And now I understand why she said that. Like maybe my housing manager might want to say, hey, we need to put her over here because of her circumstances and her being in danger over here in housing. Does that make sense? Like voucher for over here. That's what I thought. But none of that was what it was about. So the second time I called Hawk, because I still didn't get that ID number, because I was told that's what I have to have. I called and I still didn't get an ID number, but I was able to they were able to tell me I have an appointment on this date, which was after I exited the safe house, was my appointment date. That was it. And all she said to me, and I'll never forget it. She said, I want you to get me your credit score. No, I swear to God.
Yeah, me too.
Credit
No,
score.
me too.
Yeah, credit score and your DTE bill.
Yep.
She wanted me to get that to my advocate. Okay. And no reason, I'm not asking questions because I'm here to be guided. That's it. I'm just going to listen and do what they say. I asked my advocate, well, why am I sending all this? You guys pay for the DTE and then you help us get our credit score together, or what, show you. Oh no, we just have that, put that on file. We don't help with DTE. That's all I got from housing. That was my big day.
I was also told, they give you a list, actually.
I didn't get a list.
Well, I was given a list of who to call. And it started at the beginning with, again, Hawk. I was told the same thing, to get an ID number. There's no clarification, again, for someone who's never been homeless or been on Section 8 or had assistance with housing. When we are told to call Hawk, we're like, what is that, an animal? I mean, it's totally foreign to us and we're not sure what that means. And so then that is what I was also told, get this ID number. And it's kind of like,
so they do nothing.
Okay. So I did, honestly, I found a lot of my information, as sadly as that sounds, on Google. And Google for me was a lifesaver because I was able to Google certain things and then I was able to make phone calls. And I was able to put some things in motion without the help of Safe House to help with housing, but it's still been an issue because of safety for me. But they didn't help.
Yeah, I have. I was talking to one of the advocates, and she was basically not giving me much help. I knocked on the door and asking about some sort of resources, whatever. I really don't know, So I went upstairs and I had seen RAIN on Google. I was looked up, places for resources. And RAIN stood out to me because it's national. So I called RAIN. I went upstairs to the room and called RAIN. And it gives you, put your zip code in. And it gives me a hotline up here. They directed me. I went right to the hotline where I'm like, good, I'm talking to the people in RAIN. Guess who answers? Safe House. And I was like, hello? It was the woman that I was talking to downstairs. I don't know how discouraged I felt in my life. I'm like, I'm getting national. RAIN's going to help me. It was Safe House. She starts laughing. Oh, ha, ha. That's not funny. I think I'm getting somewhere. And it's directed right to Safe House.
Ladies, I thank you for having the courage to share.
Do we have other?
your circumstances.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And
Sorry, I didn't.
no, I just wanted to say thank you. And to emphasize that the spotlight is on you and your safety. But I do want to let you know, Safe House paid for my divorce, but for some of the reasons that you're sharing, I chose not to move into the shelter. So I just applaud you for having the courage to go and seek the support, and then having even more courage to come and share it with us tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other commissioners, do we have any other commissioners that want to question, comment? Please raise a hand icon. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief. It's late. I just want to thank you so much for coming forward and sharing your stories. And it's heartbreaking, and we're going to do what we can to make it better. So thank you so much for coming forward.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioners? Commissioner or Chair Shink.
Thank you. I want to thank you for talking to us on Zoom tonight. I really appreciate it. And I also appreciate your continued willingness to work with us. We are trying to get up to speed as fast as we can. We know that we're not providing the services that you need because we had relied in the past on Safe House to do that. And so I just want you to know we're trying. Keep telling us what you need, please. And we're gonna keep doing our best. And with moving this resolution forward, I think then that's gonna help us move toward doing more. That's kind of a wishy-washy answer. I know that you would like something solid. That's the best I can do at this point. But again, I want to thank you for coming and talking to us. I think it makes a real difference to hear your story from you. It certainly did for me. And I really appreciate all the time that you've spent talking about your experiences.
Thank you. So I think that ends report of the chair of the board. It moves on to report chair of Ways and Means. I'm going to forego my report tonight and just thank Nicole Beverly for her advocacy and the work that she's done in making us intimately aware of many of the issues that are going on. And I want to thank the survivors for their courage and their willingness to come speak tonight before us in a public forum about this, which I know is certainly not easy, especially given all that's been going on. So thank you all for all of that. And it is meaningful for us. And if anything, I know this will help move the work forward more quickly. Moving on, items for current future discussion. There's none. Pending items. Oh, wait, does somebody want to give me an item for current or future discussion? I'm sorry. No, I don't want to say there's none. Not seeing any. Okay, so there's none. There's no pending items. So now I'd look for a motion and a second to adjourn.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, do we want a 5-minute break or we need 10? We'll split the difference and do 7.
Looks
We'll
like
come back.
Caroline definitely said she wanted 10. Maybe she could get her audio situation.
Yeah, we need 10.
We'll do 10. Okay, we'll come back at 9:58.
Oh, here we are.
Hey, sorry, my mouse is frozen. Can somebody exit us from the meeting? It's Nicole.
We hear you, Nicole. I don't know who has that power.
Peter Lindemann could do it.
Like my mouse is completely frozen.
Oh dear. Or you might need to wait until it unfreezes and then press leave.
I've removed them from the meeting.
She's gone.
All right, thanks.
All right, 10 minutes.
I'm gonna go find my sick pony and give her antibiotics.
Hey, Sue. You have to unmute. Just a couple quick things. We need to remember when someone moves the agenda, we need to add that resolution that's coming forward. I was trying to figure out where to put it. I mean, I guess you could put it anywhere. It doesn't really matter as long as it's going to the board. I mean, really, if you want to get technical, we would make a new under resolutions. We'd make you see where it says 1A Ways and Means September 15th.
Yeah.
We would do a 1, hang on a sec. We would do a 2 there, and that it would be Ways and Means October 6th. So that would be a new number 2 there. That would be Ways and Means October 6th. And then there'd be a subpart A, and that would be your resolution.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it goes after C. There's an A, B, and a C under 1. For some reason, the indentation was different. So the 2, number 2, Ways and Means October 6th would go right after C, right before what's number 2 now, which is Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners then becomes number 3, and claims becomes number 4. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And if you want me to explain that before someone moves the agenda, I'd be happy to do that, however you want to do it.
That's probably good so that we're clear.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh my God.
Well, so we don't have to worry about the thumbs up and down and that was the other thing I was going to tell you, Sue, was if Commissioner Sanders still had to do hand signals, that you should announce what her vote is for the record when she did thumbs up or down. But obviously we can hear her now. Right? Okay. We can hear you.
Glad to have you.
Cool.
Glad to have your voice back. All right. So I think we're waiting for Commissioner Scott. Unfortunately, there has actually been there's been a shooting on Justin Street. And so Commissioner Hodge is not going to be back possibly for the rest of the meeting, but he will come back as soon as he can if he is able to.
Right.
He's here. So I don't know any more details. Oh, he's back. Okay, good.
Sue, what was the name of the resolution that we passed on the assistance? Is there a title to it?
Yes, a resolution authorizing an allocation of up to $75,000 from general fund balance to provide resources to help victims and survivors of domestic violence.
Yeah, I don't need it exact, but the clerk will need that when they make the change to the agenda. I just wanted to read it. I'll just say it's the resolution allocating $75,000 from fund balance, right?
Can I just have a pause? Justin, are you okay? Is everything okay? Can we do anything? Like, I mean, this is sort of like a thing we just heard, and we're talking about business, but I want to make sure that you're all right.
Yes.
I certainly appreciate the concern. We are live streaming right now. We talked to the deputies and we will figure out what some of the next steps look like. But thank you.
Yeah, well, if you need anything, we're more than just colleagues, we're friends. You let me know.
Yes.
I know. I appreciate that.
My house is a mess, but you can come over anytime you want.
Any good dog. All right. I am first of all, Commissioner Hodge, I'm glad that you're safe. I'm very sorry that that's happened. And I guess before I start the meeting, I also want to say that my condolences, my deepest condolences to the family who lost their son and everybody who's involved in this. This is very sad. All right, so now I am going to bring this meeting to order, and we will start with roll call.
Commissioner Beaman.
Present, attending remotely from the village of Manchester, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Hodge.
President, attending remotely from Ypsilanti Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Present, attending remotely from the township of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Labar.
Present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
Present, attending remotely from Dexter Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Morgan.
Present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Sanders.
Present, attending remotely from Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Scott.
Present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, in the great state of Michigan.
And Commissioner Schenk.
Present, attending remotely from Northfield Township, Michigan. Thank you. Next, we will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank
That
you.
was our best one yet. Good job, friends.
It's awfully hard on Zoom, I'll say, because it's hard to all be at the same time. Next, we have citizen participation. I would ask everybody who wants to make a comment to please state your name, where you live, and please keep it under 3 minutes or less, please. First up, we have Trisha Duckworth.
Yes, my name is Trisha Duckworth. I am a resident of Van Buren Township, but I am coming to you from Ypsilanti right now. Man, I just, my heart breaks to hear the stories of the survivors, and we're grateful that they came on. And this is something that is a continuation of what's been happening within the community. I interned at Safe House back in 2010 and 2011. And these things that these women are saying are definitely going on down to the wire of Safe House refusing people because they say that they don't have any room or any vacancies when they would have 10 rooms open, but they wouldn't clean them. The workers would sit in their rooms, in that room, and wouldn't come out. I put the phone in my back pocket. I would go and I would clean rooms. The rooms would be clean and they would still be telling people that they had no vacancies. When I asked why, it was because, oh, we don't have enough staff. We don't have the ratios 1 to 4, this and that. And so it was always an excuse of why people couldn't be accepted. Spoiled food. They were given spoiled food. I went in, the refrigerator was so putrid and smelled so gross. I threw everything out, and guess what? I got in trouble. At that time, I wasn't as vocal as I am now because I'm interning. I'm just trying to get through this. And of course, when I did speak out, I was ousted and said that, you know, you're going to make us look bad. They did not care about what was actually going on. And those ladies talking about getting chores in the middle of the night, I have seen people come in at 11, 12 o'clock at night and be shoved a list and told that if you don't do your chores, you'll be out of here. You know, if you miss 3 times. I mean, just the most oppressive experience for those that are suffering through trauma. And I just thank those ladies. I was in Secretary of State the other day, and this lady heard my voice and she said, just want to say thank you for sharing that video. She said, I'm one of the survivors of Safe House. And she said, I was thrown out because I did not do my chores. And this is something that if they need somebody to do chores, I'll volunteer to do them. I'll do them. Just so that they will not put them on the backs of these women that, why should that have to be something they should worry about? They need healing. But all of this stuff is a continuation of what's going on in our communities, and groups like the Enough Is Initiative, women and men working for change. They're already boots on the ground doing the work right now. This is why we are asking if we can have this allocation to these groups so that they can serve the community the way that it needs to be served. And I just thank you all for bringing the women in so that they can have their voices heard. Also, it was stated that how could we reach out to the community? We're getting ready to do door-to-door efforts. We've been doing that through COVID, but we're going to do a door-to-door effort, which would include a survey to find out, you know, and get the voices of people that won't show up to the meetings. You know, they have a lack of trust, and so they don't speak out sometimes when they even need help. So we build a norm of living in poverty because just we're resilient as a people. But if we go to door and offer something, like we want to be able to offer them gift cards to get this knowledge from them, because unfortunately there has to be something to gain the trust of the community. So we are getting ready to do that as well. Would love to have the commissioners as a part of that effort because we definitely want to get the voices of those who are impacted the most but won't reach out.
Okay, thank you. It's a bit over time. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate them. Next, we have Rachel Pooley.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Hi. I'm hearing, excuse me, I'm hearing you talk a lot about wanting public engagement. And I just want you to know, I wouldn't be at this meeting if Tricia Duckworth didn't post it on Facebook. I'm on Facebook every day. I'm on Nextdoor every day. And I think you guys need a communication strategy and a community engagement strategy. You can't expect people to come to you. And it seems like you're putting the burden on people to come to you. And I really think, I don't know what it is, but you know, there's all kinds of communication experts here in Ann Arbor with the university. And it just seems to me that you could develop a strategy and that you need to spend some time and money thinking about that so that you're getting input. When I read that there was only 950 people who responded to the survey about how to spend $71 million, that's appalling. There has to be more than online surveys to reach people. And I trust that you can find a way to do that. And I'm really glad the people who spoke out did. I don't know how other people know about meetings. It's true, we don't have a newspaper and that's a pain, but when I go on Nextdoor every day, the first thing I see is some kind of communication from the county about health issues, about something else, but not about meetings, not with agendas. So I would like you to develop some kind of communication plan. And I'm Rachel Pooley calling from Ann Arbor.
Thank you. Next we have, well, I guess Gail Summerhill, are you here? I'm understanding from Mr. Lindeman that she was having some technical difficulties, so we'll give her a moment. Oh, here you are. Welcome. Yes.
First of all, I'd just like to say thank you for having the two women on. That was a real example of what we face on the ground every single day. Every single day. I did send you the Biden plan, and it talks about COVID, and I would like each and every one of you to please look at it and see specifically what they said from the Biden plan about people of color and who should have been prioritized. Every single week there is a call. There's a call on Thursday, and then there is a Black call on Friday when we're talking about Black issues. I am very much saddened because I thought we were better than this in Washtenaw County. I thought we were, but after no dollar, no first for any person of color, that saddens me, and it should sadden you. We will be bringing people from the community who don't know anything about you. We will. We're hurting. We've heard it since COVID first came knocking at our door. I was appalled at what was given to people when I saw sanitary napkins. You don't, for a woman to get 3 tampons, 4 tampons, and 3 pads for a household, we are better than that in Washtenaw County. We should be. I saw the tears because you heard the pain and you heard the rejection from these ladies. We are rejected at every door. I will welcome each and every one of you. We will set up a Zoom so that you can hear from the people who are most impacted by no dollars, no thought. We take an oath. You take an oath to serve all people, not some people. If you are on any boards, you need to reach into to talk to the people who are on the front line so that you may get educated on what's going on anonymously. As you all know, I started my work in administration many, many years ago. And then they were about the people in the community, the hardest to serve. And it looks like we've subcontracted all of those and replaced them with a 211 number. You need to try those things for yourself. That's my 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that is all of our citizens calling in to make comments. And so I would ask commissioners if you would like to respond to those comments. I see Commissioner Scott's hand up.
I'm just going to be really brief. Thank you, Chair. To Rachel Pooley, please go to Facebook and search Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners and give us a like and a follow, because we're on Facebook and put those meetings up pretty regularly. We don't have a strong Nextdoor presence. We do have an Instagram page, and I can talk to our communications person about how we can get things into Nextdoor and maybe make sure the Instagram has the meetings as well. But I know on Facebook, those meetings are updated. pretty regularly, I'm not going to say pretty regularly. I will make an attempt to make sure I'm getting those notices on my own personal Facebook page as well, recognizing that I have not done that. So that is my failing and I'm owning it, and I will do that. But we do have a Facebook presence. So please go and give us a follow. We'd love more people to understand what they're going to do. Algorithms suggest things for you. So hopefully if people hear that, they'll get that Washtenaw County Commissioner and they'll get more news that way. And once again, thank you everybody for coming to talk to us this evening. I agree with the speakers. Hearing from the woman talking about those issues at Safe House was very important. And I know as Washtenaw County that we are all invested, as Commissioner Jefferson said, a group of highly motivated members to try to think about what we can do to advance racial equity. And that is the work that we're doing, coming up with over, I think, 86% of the ARPA funding left for us. And some of those things that passed in that first resolution, just making sure that everybody reads the most recent iteration of that resolution that passed 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, whatever, at our last meeting, and not the previous iteration that I think people thought passed, and actually read the resolution that passed, because I think we did a little bit more than the draft resolution that went out, that we've heard from people in the community. We looked at the draft resolution, we made changes, and I can't wait for us to do more together as a board. Thanks.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Beeman?
Thank you, Chair. I didn't know if real hand or digital hand was better.
Real hand,
I also want to thank everyone for coming to speak tonight and reiterate a little of what Commissioner Scott said, and that we do have a Facebook presence, we do have an Instagram presence, we do have a newsletter that you can sign up for each of our districts that we can push out. We all also have our own Facebook pages, and I know that I try desperately to share as much information through mine as possible. Also, when the survey was released, there was an article in our local paper, if you will, in MLive Ann Arbor, as well as some of the smaller ones like the Sun-Times and Where I Am, the Manchester Mirror, all featured it. So we're sort of at a loss, and I am a communications professional at the University of Michigan, in terms of how we can better connect with you. So as she said, next door, we can look into that. And if there are other suggestions, we are definitely open to those. COVID does have us limited, and that we aren't out in the community as much as we would be pre-pandemic. And I think that that is hindering some of our communications efforts. So again, thank you for everyone, especially the brave woman who spoke earlier.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, if no commissioners, no further commissioners.
Commissioner Hodge and I both have our hands up, but he's first.
Okay, I'm sorry. The way my Zoom screen is set up, I cannot see the digital hand. If you're in the top row, both of you are. So my apologies. Commissioner Hodge.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Morgan, for pointing that out. I think I beat you just by a hair there to raise the hand. I appreciate the comments that we got today, and I know that following when we have these kinds of meetings can be pretty challenging. I would just say verbally right now, since people are watching, all of our meetings are on the 1st and 3rd, Wednesdays and Thursdays. If you want to join us for working session 2, which I suggest you do at 6:30, we can do better about getting that information out there. I'd also say that while I really do appreciate the specific focus on how the county has been using the American Rescue Plan funds and other funds, I would also encourage, again, people to put that same focus on what their cities and townships are doing, which also meet on a regular basis, not the same schedule as ours. I can't tell you what all of them are, but you can go to their website and find whenever their regularly scheduled meetings are. I know that the cities and townships are not as far along in coming up with a public engagement strategy or engaging the public around some of these issues. So if people really want to have some sort of influence on what those cities and townships will be doing with their ARPA funds, now is a fantastic time to engage them as well. So I'd recommend taking a look at their website and getting down when those regular meetings are. We can certainly do a better job of making sure people know when our regular meetings are, outside of me just telling you when they regularly scheduled are and going to the website and taking a look. We can look at Nextdoor. We can look at getting more newsletters out, and we can figure out how we can get to people a little bit better, and we can continue to improve that. We're always open to feedback, and we will continue to work on that. There was the other point about those funds. You know, I just will reiterate too that when we looked at some of those other items that were in that Washtenaw, that first package, the first Washtenaw Rescue Plan package, you know, there was that investment in childcare, which we know is an immediate need, particularly in Eastern Washtenaw. There was that investment in weatherization and children's savings accounts. I know that those, I mean, there was the broadband issue, and many people are still going to have negative feelings about the broadband issue. I'd also ask people to take a look at those other programs that are going to have and are by design and with data backing them up, have a positive impact on 48197, 48198. That's not to say that's all we're doing. Certainly not. We all have plenty of ideas. I have a lot of ideas on what I'd like to see in the second and third and fourth packages. That's why we need to continue to get the kind of feedback that we're getting today to hear specific ideas that people would like. I would just encourage people to take a look at those other things that are in that package because those are also very important, and we're going to need the community support to make sure people know what those items are and know how to access those resources that are being made available. So it is more than just that one piece, and I certainly understand the frustration around part of the package. I would also hope that people can see the benefit to us. The other parts of it, take all of us to really make it share. That's what I got for today.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
Thanks, Chair. I certainly agree with everyone suggesting that we should do more outreach and have a coordinated plan. One of my goals as a commissioner since the day I was elected was to make the county more visible, to get us out there, to make sure people know who we all are as commissioners and what we do as county government. And I think we've done a really good job starting to do that. We did the mailed newsletter for the first time in my awareness as the county, mailing a newsletter to every county resident with our contact information and where we represent and a bit of a background on what the county government is and what it does. I say that not to be defensive. I think the natural instinct would be to say, oh, we're trying to do a whole bunch of things and we are doing a lot of things. But if folks think that we are not doing enough, then they're probably right. We do need to do more. And I welcome and encourage all ideas. And I know I've been emailing back and forth a bit with Margaret, who spoke with us earlier. I don't know if Margaret's still on, but about ideas around how we can get over to the east side. And so maybe, you know, that's what I'm hearing very specifically. I haven't heard anyone say they want us to go talk to Ann Arbor voters more. What I'm hearing very specifically is that there are communities of low economic opportunity and communities of color on the east side where folks want us to speak directly to those areas and hear from those areas. And so I certainly look forward to working with Commissioners Hodge and Jefferson on that and everybody else here. But I do think we ultimately need a coordinated communication plan and some mechanism for regular back and forth communication. I do think we may want to consider in the budget expanding to have another board staff person to help us with communications, perhaps. I know having Peter has been a huge, huge plus to be able to do all of the things that we've done over the last few months. Folks, before we had Peter, we just wouldn't have done any of that. The county commission didn't do any of that before, as far as I'm aware. And so if it feels like some of us are defensive, it's because we've worked really, really hard to do better than we had done before as a county, before many of us were on this board. And, you know, nobody necessarily knows that, but they're hearing us be defensive. I'm probably wondering about, you know, why are these jerks being so defensive? We're trying to tell them we want them to hear from more people. You know, they should hear from more people. I agree with you. So let's keep working on doing better. Let's keep working with the community. I'm, you know, again, certainly very open to getting out seeing and hearing firsthand what community challenges there are, of course, with respect to the commissioners who represent those districts. Look forward to working with you all. And yeah, let's just keep working to do better and to better engage with the community. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Anyone else?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders?
I just want to make a slight correction that, the board agreed and hired Peter's predecessor, Crystal Campbell. And so she was the first and had tasks and responsibilities, which were, the larger newsletter that went out to all of the residents. That was a task. And so Peter certainly is 2.0. He's the next step in those things that we need to get done. But it is difficult to be in what might be really a full-time position, but have it listed as part-time, and still have to try and get your information out. You can't mail it. You can't mail it. It's not fiscally possible to mail information out to the residents every time you want to share something. And so I know that I've been one of those commissioners that has been vocal about how we're able to reach our constituents if we're not able to physically do that. And so, I want the residents to know that they are front of mind. At least for me, I'm always saying, how do we get this out to them? How do we get out a quick message, something that's urgent that they need to know sooner than one of our next meetings? So I'm kind of supporting Commissioner Morgan's suggestion that we possibly need additional support. I know we do, but so I just want the residents to know that we do want to hear their voices. We do want to hear their voices. But we do have some constraints that we're trying not to maintain, but we're working on it. And the commission has been working on it before I came on as a freshman. And so we're working on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Chair. We got to try and see what works. But you're right, Commissioner Sanders. It is crazy expensive to send stuff out to all of everybody in the county. Like, we would love to do it. And then it's like a question, like the expense of sending stuff out and then hiring somebody, like what's the balance? Like, these are the small questions that we have, that we're dealing with. I just want to make a quick note though, that God, I love Crystal, and I was so sad that she left, but glad she's still in the county. But Peter is actually 3.0, and I just want to shout out to our friend Desmond Miller, who was the first person who did the job. And we can't forget our friend Desmond, because he did a great job, and it was sad when he was poached by a certain legislator to go work for him. That's a measure of how fantastic he was. Stop poaching our people. Peter is great. Nobody come after him. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Anyone else?
Chair, I have my hand raised again.
Oh, Commissioner Morgan.
I was actually going to add that point, but I also wanted to clarify and thank Commissioner Sanders for, yes, I certainly didn't mean to imply Peter did the newsletter. I can't tell you how many hours Crystal spent going back and forth with me on the newsletter. It was like, how do we do it in the first place? Where can we get it done that we can afford to do it? Trying one place that's too expensive, trying another place that wasn't union labor. And we said, we got to find a union shop to do it. And we've got to make sure we can afford to do it efficiently. It was painstaking to get literally just one newsletter mailed out. But we did it. I do think, so thank you for that. She was incredible. And we are so lucky to have her still at the county, as well as Peter. But I think, to Commissioner Scott's point, it is always that balance of, do we spend the money communicating, or do we spend the money directly going to services or to things that support residents? And there is some balance in there, but I do think we may want to consider, based on the amount of feedback we've received over the last couple of months here, perhaps another staff person, particularly maybe to work on some sort of participatory budgeting process or something like that, some way to better engage. So I'll engage others in that conversation and look forward to talking more about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Labar and then Commissioner Jefferson.
Thanks, Chair. You know, I hear all the comments about the intent of the ARP money and ways to improve the process. And I do think it's important to keep in mind that this is certainly the first time we have done this process for obvious reasons, given the unique nature of the federal funding. You know, we may want to just consider taking October and November or through the end of the year to solicit feedback directly at board meetings, but also to consider some form of proactive way about communicating that we're going to continue in this process. When I've had emails from most folks, I ask if they've gone and looked at our rescue plan website. It's full of good data, but it's quite clear that's not the case, you know, in a uniform sense. So I'm happy to take a pause or you know, a slowing of this process. The one thing I'd emphasize to anybody listening is none of the 9 of us want to get this wrong. We want to do this the right way, and it's going to be better in terms of both process and outcome. And I think outcome will still be the most important if we do it with more feedback rather than less. So, you know, just thoughts to consider for the 9 of us as we go forward. And I do appreciate the folks who've called in offering to provide community feedback directly. I take them up on that. The pandemic has been a god-awful thing, but Zoom and programs like it are actually very helpful for getting face-to-face real human input when you can't be there physically. So I'm happy to make use of that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh,
I got a hand up
Commissioner
again.
Jefferson, I'm sorry, it's getting late. Commissioner Jefferson.
That's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to say that we are definitely in a time where being an elected official is important and has been emphasized to be a better steward during this time of racial equity, inclusion, and diversity being added to government and businesses, and just about anything else in the nation. And so we have ways of, you know, talking about adding more personnel for the commissioners and having that be something that we could possibly utilize for better communication. But we also have what we can do financially with getting people who can be community connectors within our budget, or somehow making that happen through other funding. That's what it's going to take. We're the board. There has to be a way to do what it was called back in the day, build a grapevine throughout the community. And that's what one of the things I wanted to congratulate Gail Summerhill on, for being acknowledged for doing that with If She Cannot Share. So there's things that we have out there that we can connect with to create a grapevine. If we're not connected to certain individuals within the community, there are people who are. You know, I had a professor who was not only a minister, but he was also an evangelist in Africa. And what they did in Africa is you go to the English-speaking tribes first. And then those tribes would go to the tribes that understood some of their native language, but not English. And then you go deeper into the woods with those who did not understand the native language of the first group, but had some connection to the second group. So there's a way to create a grapevine, and we have to find a way to do that. So I appreciate that, but also tremendously grateful to be a part of hearing the stories from the two young ladies and Trisha, and also from Commissioner Sanders. There has to be a revamping of what we do as far as when we get updates, when we get data on I guess nonprofits that we associate and partner with. How are we checking that data that they say that they're giving us to show that they're actually doing the work that we have contracted them for? There has to be another way of monitoring that in a way that is suitable to where these type of things won't be happening. If a person's that's contracting with us and building is falling apart, that person needs to have a way to talk to our building facility people to let them know they need some help with the building. So I don't have a solution for that, but I do know that we have to revamp the way that we provide services. Some of the wraparound services that the two young ladies talked about, we need to find a way to connect that and also make that happen too, because it's very crucial. The one young lady was murdered here who had just left Safe House in Ypsilanti, and that was disturbing. I know the families, right? So it's terrible that we hear these things, but it's also our responsibility. And once we hear these things, to take be accountable for not having a better process of being able to manage and monitor these things, but also to move forward to do something better, something different. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay, I have a quick comment. I want to thank everybody for their comments. I want to all the people who called in, and then also my fellow commissioners. And then I want to let people know that we are in the midst of planning additional community-focused listening sessions, and we'll have more information soon. I also want to remind us all again that Commissioner Sanders had an amazing suggestion, I think before we were all vaccinated, to consider for after we were vaccinated, which would be a bus tour. I think that could be a really good way for us to go around and talk to people and hear what they have to say. And so I want us to think about how we can make those things, make that happen. And then I guess I also want to say, when our health department goes out, when OCED goes out and gets community input, that input comes back to us. And so we have 1,400 employees here at Washtenaw County, and we are the board of 9, but we are also in connection with the other people who work at Washtenaw County. And so that input does come back to us. It does come back to administration, and it does become part of the actions that we take. And so I think even though we're not out, knocking doors all day, talking to people, which I actually would think would be a lot of fun because that's one of my favorite things to do. It isn't, we are trying hard as an organization to get out there. And I do agree, we're hearing that people want more communication, and I am all for it. I think that is the best part about being a county commissioner. I mean, I just love being out talking to people and hearing what they say. And so I know I say talking to people, what I mean is having conversations with people, and I love to hear what they have to say. And, Saturday, I actually spent some time helping to plant the wildflower garden at Sugarbrook Park, which was Tajali Hodges' project through Ypsilanti Township Park. She's a park commissioner. And there were a lot of people there, and I was able to see Commissioner Sanders as well. And then I spent quite a bit of time with Melvin Parson of We the People Opportunity Farm walking through the neighborhoods, and we talked to a whole bunch of people who were very happy to talk about what Washtenaw County needed, and that was really fun. But I will emphasize that I was there with Commissioner Hodges at his invitation, and so that is something that we have to be careful of and respect as we go out into the community and talk to people that that we're there with the invitation of the other commissioners, and that everybody feels good about it, because that's working together. So anyway, I think this has been a good conversation. I think we need to talk about communication more, because it is clear that not everybody is satisfied, even though we have been working really, really hard to increase our communication and get more input from our residents. I think I can speak for everybody to say we are here for our residents. Everybody takes that very seriously, and we are all trying very, very hard to do our best at that. All right, so now we can move on to liaison reports. Does anybody have a liaison report? Okay. Next, we have our consent agenda. Would somebody please move the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
The consent agenda has now been moved and seconded. Does any commissioner want to remove an item from the consent agenda for a separate vote? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on approving the consent agenda? Rianne, you're muted.
Okay, here we go. Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Commissioner Shink.
Yes. Thank you. Next, we're moving on to the resolutions. Would somebody please move the resolutions?
Chair, did you need Kurt to explain how to move those?
Actually, we had talked about it, and yes, a review would be a good idea for everybody.
Okay, just briefly, and I've thought about this since we talked between the meetings to make it even easier. We'll leave them all written the way they are from 9.1 A, B, and C down through claims, which is number 3A. But then we're going to add number 4, which will be entitled Ways and Means, October 6th, 2021. And there will be a subpart A under there, which will be the resolution you approved tonight at Ways and Means, which is a resolution authorizing an allocation of up to $75,000 from general fund balance to provide resources to help victims and survivors of domestic violence. I don't know if that's exactly right, but that's the gist of it. So you'll move, whoever moves it, just move it as written and add that number 4, 4A, which will be the resolution you approve tonight.
Okay, with Commissioner Scott.
Happy to move the agenda. For item 9, resolutions. 1, Ways and Means, September 15th, 2021. A resolution ratifying the 2021-22 Burn Justice Assistance Grant from the Office of the Sheriff. B, a resolution authorizing the Gordon Hall Geothermal HVAC Grant from the Office of Community and Economic Development. And C, a resolution approving a project to develop Washtenaw County Community and Organization Climate Plan. On 9/2, Board of Commissioners, October 6th, a resolution recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. 2B, a resolution honoring Hispanic and Latinx organizers for their continued partnership in expanding COVID-19 vaccine access for Spanish-speaking residents in Washtenaw County. 9.3, approval of claims. A resolution authorizing the payment of claims commencing with the last previously approved claim and continuing through the date of September 24th, 2021. And 4, Board of Commissioners, tonight, October, I'm not even alert oriented. October, whatever tonight's date is.
It's Ways and Means, October
sorry.
6th.
Ways and Means, October 6th. A is the resolution to support Safe House. I didn't.
Correct.
put the whole
Oh,
number
correct.
in
The
it, but yeah.
to provide 75,000 in funding for the victims. Right.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a second?
Support.
The resolutions have now been moved and seconded. Does any commissioner want to remove a resolution from or an item from the resolutions for separate vote? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on approving the resolutions?
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
and Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 10, report from the county administrator.
No report.
Thank you. No report from the chair of the Board of Commissioners. Are there any items for future or current discussion? Seeing none, we're ready. Oh, Mr.
I am
Dills?
sorry, just came in. I just sent you all the email from the Safe House Board.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no other items for current or future discussion, we're ready to adjourn to the next session.
I'll move to adjourn.
Support.
Support.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you, everyone. I hope you have a good rest
Non-debatable,
of the-
always in order. I feel like I
Thank
have to
you,
say it every
everybody.
week. All right. Good night, everyone. Stay safe.
Good night.
You too.
Good
Good
night.
night.